and
I
get
used to be a
honestly.
Jehovah's Witness, and I can tell you without claim that it is 100% a freaking cult. You guys literally pay off money to the Catholic Church of the Vatican every year. Look at their tax
Oh,
return.
you just lying your butt off. You ought to shut up.
And all
You're
you guys
lying your ass off.
are really disgusting. You guys just
Goodbye.
child pedophiles. You're disgusting. You're just pro-slavery garbage.
Damn, that's crazy. What's up, Greg? What's up, Greg? Oh, shit. Echo. Hey, Greg. Thanks for the follow. Kind of a random follow. I don't have a prompt up or anything. No, I have to... I'm trying to get my... What up? Oh, what up, Somber? What up, George? Also, what time zone are you in? You need to tell me what time it is for you. So I can figure out, like, I don't know, what time zone you're in, and I don't know, maybe do more events during your time. Oh, you're in the UK. Oh. Yeah, I should probably do more, like, I could do more events, like, I think it would be nighttime for me when it's, like, morning for you, I think. Honestly, it's kind of just like a random stream. I'll give it like 2 hours. And like, then I'm gonna go, like, honestly, go take a shower. I need a shower. Like, desperately. But, I don't know. What should the topic be, folks? What should the topic be? Trying to find a picture. Just, I don't know, we could talk about anything. I'm trying to move coins from my other accounts to my account. So you might see me using my other accounts to, like, I don't know, spread coins onto this account. I guess I'm moving my coins over. Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, I'm moving my coins over to this account. That's what I'm doing. Oh, shit. I have a shit ton of coins on my other accounts. Oh, my God. No. Okay, yeah, I'm about to... Hold on, you guys are about to see it. See, like, I just sent myself a claw. Oh. Okay, hold on. Wait. I'll bring you guys up. I'm
a theist now. You want
Oh.
to debate me, Coco?
Wait, deadass?
Yeah.
Give me 1 sec. After I get all my coins onto this account, I'm moving, like, all my coins from my other accounts onto this account.
I just think you should return to Christianity, sir, so you can join me and be a part of the African American community that is homophobic.
I'm good. I don't want to be homophobic.
That was sarcasm. I'm sorry.
I was about to be like, damn, bro, that's crazy.
No,
let's restrict people's rights.
Nah, I just find it funny how there's like a lot of people in the African community who are like homophobic, and I'm like, you've already been oppressed. Why the fuck are you oppressing somebody else?
It's like punching fucking sideways.
You mean a left jab?
Yeah, no, I mean, like, instead of punching down, it's just like punching the person that's
sideways
next to you.
It's the crab in the pot dynamic.
Yeah.
Was it the monkeys in the barrel, whatever?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I'm a theist now, Coco, and I'm gonna present you with some strong arguments.
Definitely. Shoot, go for it.
All right,
Mm,
so would you agree that everything has a cause?
yeah.
So we can't have an infinite regress of causes, right?
Why not?
So fuck, I didn't get that far in Aquinas' argument. Fuck.
That's
Um,
fine. That's fine.
so okay, so we can't have an infinite regress of causes, because fuck, time is finite, right? So if we can agree that time is finite,
Wait, time is finite means like it's forever, right?
no, finite means like a measurable amount, essentially. Like if I have a finite number of
Oh, okay. So limited. I'm sorry. I've never.
yeah, limited. So we can't have an infinite regress, because just practicality wise, right?
Um, I would say you can have an infinite regress, but okay, let me say no for this. Sure, no.
So everything has a cause, so there has to be a first cause, right? And it's the uncaused cause, and that's God.
Okay, but in doing that, you're just gonna adopt a bunch of like intellectual burdens. Like now you have a God with like if you're talking about the Christian God, a God that's like all powerful, like all knowing, knows future propositions, exists outside of space and time, and it's like why should I adopt any of those characteristics or believe that the first cause is a God?
My apologies. My wife called me. I'm so sorry if you were like going on like a low key pop off session, but
Well, see, the thing is, I'm not actually a theist. I was just fucking around, but
I
like,
figured. Yeah, I think the
yeah,
biggest
no,
thing
I'm an
when it comes
atheist,
to
dog,
like
for reals.
I think the biggest thing when it comes to debating Christians are people who are like super. I love being atheist. I consider myself not atheist. I consider myself someone who doesn't do religion, but that like they find a way to kind of put you into atheism. Like for instance, I love fitness, and you don't love fitness, or you don't work out. So like if you're like, well, I just don't do fitness. I'm like, okay, so you don't work out, and you go, well, no, because like I could work out, or I thought about it, but I just it's something that's not in my daily life. And then like you're elaborating a very complex and like non-nuanced stance. Like I just don't compartmentalize that part of my brain or my ideology with fitness. And then I'm gonna go, okay, so you don't work out. And so it's like it's not even really like an answer for it. And so I just say atheist to make it easier. But like I love arguing with like super heavy, deep theological Christians because like they always come through with these weird ass like hyper focused like arbiter of truth dynamics to where they try to build this base and like they're like okay so like they're like so you think like grape is wrong and I'm like yeah and they're like well you get that from the Bible and I go I mean like I guess like I never read the Bible and like I know grape's wrong so then how do you know it how do you know it's wrong because I wouldn't want it done to me well that's what the Bible teaches well yeah the Bible also teaches homophobia but I'm not homophobic so like do we give credit for that and like no it teaches like sin it teaches sin I'm like nah that's just homophobic bro.
Yeah, I agree.
Side note: the Bible doesn't say not to grape.
Oh, I know. Trust me. or
Oh
or
yeah,
it even teaches how to own slaves properly. So yeah, I got you.
yeah.
Yeah. So it's a time to be alive.
Oh, there we go.
But anyone else got anything? Oh, Black Stallion, what you said in the comments, yeah, I was saying that as well. That was kind of like where I was going argument wise.
Oh, that's pretty good. I just not saw that. I think someone told me I have a class with it because I study law. One of my professors said the worst thing that ever happened to Christianity was the printing press because it gave people the ability to read the Bible themselves and think about their choices and not let the pastor teach it to them. And I was like, God damn.
You're not wrong though.
Yeah.
'Cause, like, yeah, that was the issue that was going on with like the Reformation, but I think that's way, way, way before the printing press. But like, only like the church leaders were allowed to read the
Yep.
Bible, and then they started like selling penances and
Mhm.
like Martin Luther and 95 Theses, and next thing you know, Reformations all over Europe.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, I think my hot take on religion would be you have to be either extremely uneducated or a sociopath to read the Bible and still want to perpetuate it. Because, from my understanding, there's a lot going on in the Bible. There's a lot of travesty that is not only self inflicted, but the Lord, quote unquote, allows because He created sin or He made something to be a sin. And so, like, to gaslight people into saying, like, oh, it's your fault because you choose to do it when God could just not make it a sin is like, well, then you wouldn't have free will. Well, I mean, like, God doesn't make not driving a sin, so like, no one's going to hell for fucking driving. But God made being a homosexual a sin, so you'll go to hell for being a homosexual. Like, what's up with that? Because last time I checked, homosexuality doesn't kill people, but driving does. So it's like, why the fuck are we picking and choosing, all these like semantical bullshit on like a sin or not?
Yeah, I agree.
I know it just sucks whenever everyone's in agreement.
Yeah,
I
no, it's
mean,
okay.
I would say I'm not against it all. I believe, but I'm not. Like, I'm never gonna oppress or suppress people or whatever. I guess the Bible does say, like Paul does say, things against it. I'm not gonna lie and say he doesn't. But hey, man, I have friends that are gay and stuff, and it's totally cool, and they're even Christian.
You think it's weird being a gay Christian? I feel like that's crazy.
Nah, dude, it's really not. Once you really like understand
Like,
what's actually what matters. But I mean, nobody knows until the day comes, what it's gonna look like, and so yeah.
so like, do you think like the gay people acknowledge that like they can never live a fruitful life that they'd want?
They can't. I mean, they can. What do you mean?
So like, if I'm gay and I want to marry my husband, I can't do that in the Bible because it's like wrong. It's a sin.
Yeah, I mean, we sin all the time.
But
Like,
like,
dude, I have like
you're not
alcoholism in
sinning.
my genes.
But like, you're not sinning if you marry the love of your life. But I'm sinning because I married the love of my life.
I mean, I get it, bro. I get it. I don't make the rules there, bro.
You just,
I think
but you're okay with like
But
following.
I don't partake in against suppression. I don't think anybody should. I mean, even just look at Obama. He opened up gay marriage for people, and he was a pretty devout Christian. Like
I
Pope Francis, all these people. Like, it's not what you think it is
well, I think
yeah.
I think one issue that arises is it's my personal belief that people are either born gay or they're born straight. I didn't choose to be straight and married, to my wife, or I chose to be married, but I didn't choose to be attracted to her. So I think that the problem arises when God says it's wrong to be gay is the problem that arises is that essentially it's punishment for something that was initially, in my view, instilled upon somebody.
Mm.
And it's like punishing them for the nature that they were imbued with. And it might be my misunderstanding of like the text, but that's my understanding of it.
No, I kind of interpret that too. I would say like the biggest thing that I have is like an issue with like when Christians say homosexuality is a choice, because I'm like, okay, so you're choosing to be straight, and they're like, yeah, I'm like, okay, like, are you like admitting to being bisexual, or are you like saying that you have urges to go? Because like, I agree with you, Somber. Like, I love my wife, that's my girl. You feel me? Like, I got urges for her. I don't feel that way for the same sex. So for me, it's like it's not a choice.
Yeah, no, and I completely get that. Like I said, I hold to the belief that we don't choose.
Oh, what was I gonna say? Oh, by the way, Brooke, for your upcoming debate, you need to get a partner. Brooke, you there?
Yeah, sorry. I had to go talk to my dad about something. He called me. My other thing. What's up? What's going on?
Oh, you still need to get a partner.
Yeah, dude. Nobody wants to be a partner. People don't like Slim, bro.
Wait, what do you mean? They won debate against her?
Well, they do debate against her on her stream. Like the people have asked to be a partner, but like nobody wants to do it.
Mm.
I
Yeah.
don't think that's because they're intimidated, but I mean, yeah, I mean, we could still figure something out.
Wait, what's the
I don't
topic?
know, maybe revisit with Slim and then talk about it again. I
What's the
don't know.
topic?
Whether Jesus was God. I have to look at the document on my laptop, but it's like whether Jesus is God, and whether the Trinity is true.
I think it's personally really easy, but I mean, if she wants a 2v2, like the problem is there's not many Unitarians on the app, and the Unitarians I do know have debated her and stuff, and they do really well against her every time, but they don't like her, so
Yeah,
it's very hard to find a Unitarian to
And they're
debate.
not willing to do it 2v2.
Okay,
Okay,
you should
actually,
try and use you should try and use the logical arguments.
Yeah, I mean the philosophy aspect of it, sure.
Yeah, you could just
I don't
use,
know. I think I
yeah, you can use the
I'm trying to make a
scripture. You can use the
statement.
scripture and then the philosophical arguments.
or you should talk to
Yeah, I'll
Danny.
probably look into that.
Yeah.
I mean, Cage is pretty good with it too,
But I don't know.
with the Trinity philosophy.
I don't know. We shouldn't be arming PRK against Slim, but
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably not gonna do that. I'm probably just gonna use like the historical evidence. I mean, it's not a hard position at all. It's really not. If she starts bringing up scripture from like these other books, I'm not gonna like. I can easily respond to that, but yeah.
Wait, Coco, you have me and what's his name?
yeah,
Would agree down, right, for the debate.
I think I'm gonna put you guys on the 30th. Actually, you know what? You want me to get up and I'm gonna go to my computer. Hold on. Get out of bed.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it.
So, why did you leave Christianity?
There is a multitude of reasons, and I still have to write this article for like my blog site about like why I left Christianity. I have to like finish that off. But it was I don't know. There were like these atheists that were like talking to me, and like they presented me with like some pretty convincing things. And then like whenever I went back into the Roman Catholic Church, I just didn't really like what I found. Like a lot of people were being hypocrites. People were taking Christianity seriously, but at the same time not taking it seriously. Like they were like, you know, you're gonna go to hell and all this different stuff, right?
Yeah.
But they weren't studying the scriptures. They were saying like all this stuff about having a good relationship with God, but like they didn't even know what like sin was. They didn't even know like the 7 capital sins. There's just like a lot of weird like posturing, I guess.
To live in fear of something that you cannot see.
Or to live in fear of something that they didn't even study or you know, understand. Like they would say like I have a good relationship with God, but then I would ask them, okay, so that means you're like avoiding sin and you're trying to like have this healthy relationship with God, and like they didn't really study that stuff. Like a lot of Christians don't read their Bibles or know like what the 7 capital sins are, which if I can name them off the top of my head, it's lust, greed, sloth, covetousness, anger, I think
Pretty much everything that makes you human.
yeah, and actually bear with me. I'm in my boxers. I hope you guys don't see it, but hold on. If I go to my bookshelf, which is right here, and I look for one of the books right here. This is a Catholic book that talks about the 7 capital sins: pride, covetousness, lust, anger, gluttony, envy, sloth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, a lot of Catholics don't even know what this is. So, like, how are they having a good relationship with God They don't even know what they're supposed to not be doing, right? In order to
Well,
have
also,
that.
Co, you gotta also know what like in history, even in the first church, for example, people didn't people were just told that Jesus had risen from the dead, he's the Messiah. They would get preached to a little bit, and then some people would accept it, some people would reject it. You're echoing, bro.
Hello,
The person who
everybody.
just joined.
No.
Oh, Ed, I think you're fine now. But yeah, some people would just accept it. It was rare, and then most of the crowds would reject it, and we get that type of understanding from something like the Book of Acts. So the author of the Book of Acts is trying to communicate early church history, and that's kind of how it happened. So I don't really go for this. Oh, you need to know everything in the Bible. That's kind of like a Pharisee type thing. Like, oh, you're not educated, you don't know this,
You
that,
know
and
how
the
many
other.
hands have
You know.
touched and altered that book?
Bible? Oh yeah, the Bible is definitely altered.
I mean,
But also,
what are you, I mean, sure, I understand that there are interpolations in the Bible, like there's additions, there have been additions, but we have, I would say the overwhelming majority of the content they originally wrote. We could talk about that.
I mean, like I think that it
I guess
was
how much
altered a
changed before
lot,
you say
man.
it's incorrect?
Who, me?
Well,
PRK.
Uh,
how much changed before? I mean, I think the Bible is fallible. I think there is stuff that's incorrect in there. There's the whole study where it's like interpolation studies, and you see what things were added, and scholars do a lot of work in that area. So there are things in Paul's letters, there are things you can argue in the Gospels that are not original to the text, but it's like a very little amount. It's like, I don't know, if I had to put a number on it, probably like 5% maybe.
so, I got to tell you, like, I'm not atheist. I'm a Roman Catholic.
Yeah.
So I don't go to church as much as I'd love to say I do because I'm under the belief that I don't need to go somewhere if he's always with me, right?
yeah,
Okay. But needless to say, we didn't come from nothing.
yeah,
So something had to create this.
yeah. I agree, but like, I just don't have enough evidence to believe that it was God. Also, like the thing is,
You know what God stands for, right?
not necessarily, but also like another thing is, right, Catholics don't even read like a lot of Catholics don't read the Roman Catholic catechism, which says that not going to church at least once or twice
Right.
a week is a sin. So
That's
like
what born again say the same thing.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like. We could talk about all of this, but it's really just comes down to whether or not you believe that Jesus rose from the dead, and then there's a sanctification process, and you try to cooperate with the grace of God, right? Like, it's very simple, I think you're overcomplicating it. I think you're expecting people to know the ins and outs of the Bible, maybe even basic stuff, which I agree. Like, if they don't know basic stuff, that's kind of strange. But like
Yeah,
I
but
said, the Spirit. Yeah, go ahead.
my bad. But at the same point, like when if you're not if that's not the only thing that you're learning your whole life, you're not going to remember everything. Like there's a lot of people that they're devoted, their families make them do this. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So you believe what you're shown. I'm not saying I
yeah,
don't believe. I just, you know, it's a book. It's another book to me. But it's not to sound harsh, but I questioned a lot when I was a kid, and like I was frowned upon for asking questions. Like you're not allowed to ask questions about it. Like how does that make any sense? I'm 7 years old. I'm asking about how did he come back to life? Things like that. How does that make any sense?
Yeah.
But
no,
if you
yeah,
question it, you're wrong.
Not to interject, but could I touch on the seven deadly sin things that was spoken about a minute ago?
Was that English? Do we,
Yeah.
what
It
language was
was.
that?
It's just an accent.
Bro,
Yeah, I was about
maybe
to say,
I'm
like,
just
what?
I'm too overseas to understand whatever you just said, man.
I was wondering if I could touch on the seven deadly sins that someone brought up a second ago.
Oh,
I
I
believe it
want
was
to touch
Bruce,
on the
maybe?
7 deadly sins. All right, got you.
Go for it.
Yeah. That's just early church father tradition. It's not even biblical at all. It was started by a 4th century monk, a Greek speaking monk, actually. And he started it out with 8. His disciple was a man named John. Let's see, I believe he was around the 4th to late 5th century. He took it to the people of Gaul, and then it spread and influenced from there. And Pope Gregory I, around the 6th century, he took it back to 7, and he's the one who really is credited with making it take off like gasoline. But this is not biblical in any way. It's just church tradition.
Interesting.
I mean,
Quick
it's
question: Is that
and
Southern or Jamaican? It slipped in between both for me.
it's not. It's not. It's like a European type accent, but
It's a
I'm
southern
so
accent, guys.
I'm from South Carolina in the United States.
The
oh,
Okay, yeah.
American. I thought it was Dutch
That was
at
right.
first until
Thank you.
I thought he was speaking Dutch at first.
oh yeah. So yeah, I think those sins are like derived from the Bible or something. I think
No,
there's
the fourth from a monk, a 4th
yeah,
century
I know,
monk.
but like I think it was Saint Thomas Aquinas that like
No, I
came
just
up
told you the 3 people that was responsible for it.
for the 7 deadly sins.
Yes, it was he was a Greek-speaking monk. I can't pronounce his name. It starts with an E.
I'm pretty sure it was Saint Thomas Aquinas.
And then his
Could be
disciple was
wrong.
John, who took it to the Gauls. And then Pope Gregory I in the 6th century solidified this.
Oh, sorry. I'm barely awake. Sorry. Hey, Ray.
Coco.
Hey. Good to see you.
And Coco, I just wanted to touch on something too. I am Tom made a good point, but and we'll get right back to it. But I heard you say something about the evidence thing, right? That you don't have a lot of evidence.
Say what?
You
Oh,
said you don't have a lot of evidence.
not
I
from.
would just
Oh,
yeah,
go ahead.
For what?
I would just for Christianity. So I would just say this, right, Ho? Faith is a huge component, right? Like I think there's so much evidence that it stops, and then you have to make a decision. Personally, man, I trust Paul in when he reports things like Jesus has appeared to all these people that he talks about in First Corinthians. And it's not like and he himself, I believe he talked to God. He was called up to the third heaven, talked to God, and he stresses how important it is to have faith. So faith is a crucial component here. And if you're looking for proof or anything like that, that's never going to happen under a Christian worldview, because it's
But do
all
you
about the
believe
faith
faith
that
can
you have.
mislead you?
Wait, Brooke, what's the third heaven?
The third heaven is one of the levels of heaven that Paul was. I mean, the third heaven could be just I don't know, some type of literary device too.
No,
But
the third heaven
he's
was like
talking
this.
about
The third heaven
he's
was like
talking about being called up and speaking with God, because he says things like I was not permitted to tell other humans. He talks about it in third person because he doesn't want to boast about it. So to me, it's very clearly a true experience that he had, not some
no.
figurative thing.
The third heaven was like multiple heavens. Like there were 7 heavens, right? In the Ptolemaic view.
Yes. Yeah.
It was a scientific idea, right? That was later, obviously debunked. So there isn't actually
Well, it
the
doesn't
third
matter,
heaven.
what Paul understands about it or whatnot. The point is, he's communicating to people in a letter to various churches. If they understood the third heaven, I mean, I don't know what your point is. Like you said, it's debunking
Farouk,
itself.
Farouk, would
Yeah.
this mean that there's like so would the third heaven be like a higher level than obviously the first one? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, that seems to be what it is. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, the
well,
third.
like how would you reach this third level? Like if the highest good is to believe in God and that's the way to get into heaven, like I'm not trying to like debunk you. I'm asking you a question. But like if the highest good is believing in God and that's how we achieve getting into heaven, and that's essentially would be the first heaven. What would be the highest good or the higher good in that one
The
to
third
get to
heaven
the
is where
third?
God. The third heaven is just where God resides.
Yeah, Paul thought like heaven was like physically up there, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's why, like, that's just, where Paul thought he went. He went to talk, he thought he talked to God, right? And I believe he did talk to God.
But like,
This is the history on that if y'all want it. To the ancient Hebrew and to the ancient Jew, it's a motif of theirs. The temple was looked at, and not just them, all people in the near Middle East at this time. They looked at their temples as being the center of the earth. This is where earth met heaven. They would go into what was called the Holy of Holies to talk to God. And this was the first heaven. The second heaven would have been the skies where the birds were. And then the third heaven would have been where God resides.
Also,
Do
by
we
the
have
way,
any?
also,
Oh,
by the way,
sorry.
really quick, I know this is kind of random, but Summer in the comments, I think you were right the other day when I was like hosting a live or something. I said like Hagar was like a wife of Abraham, but like I don't think they were married. I think they just had a kid together. But
Yes, that was
Adultery
it.
or
That was his
fornication.
bond slave. That was her bond slave. That was one of their slaves.
yeah, I
But
think
yeah, to
I
the
think Summer was
overall
right
thing,
about
I
that.
just wanted to end on, yeah, man, it's all about faith, bro. Faith is going to be a huge component to our walk, and if you don't have faith, you can't be a Christian.
Have people been misled by faith?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Yeah. Well,
Mm.
also, about a thing that you said earlier, PRK, like you said, it was going to be like really faith based, but there was this video that I watched in regards to Alex O'Connor. I posted it on my channel,
I think I
but
saw it too. Is it the one where there's this guy who deconstructed and he's interviewing him or not?
it might be. But also, like, Atheist Preacher posted it on his channel. I'm just gonna play the one on his channel because I was able to find it quicker. But like the whole faith thing kind of seems a little bit iffy. But like, okay, hear this out. Hear this out.
Oh yeah, it's not that.
Okay, let's see. Let's see. Sorry, I'm still sleepy.
Which is, for example, the Gospel of Mark, which is the earliest. It does seem to me suspicious, for example, that the Gospel of Mark, which is the earliest Gospel, contains no post-resurrection appearances. And then the Gospel of Matthew does include post-resurrection appearances. The Gospel of Luke includes even more. It's only in the Gospel of John that we get, for instance, Doubting Thomas, which is the latest Gospel, canonical Gospel, I should say. That's where that arises. And in fact, the story of Doubting Thomas, famously, he doesn't believe that it's the risen Christ. And Jesus says, "Come and touch my wounds." And he touches his wounds and he says, "My Lord and my God." And Jesus says, "You believe because you've seen. Blessed are those who believe without seeing." So in my view, what we have is this so-called mythological development of no post-resurrection appearances. And as the time goes on, as we get further away from the source, the stories get more fantastical, ending in a moral lesson to believe without evidence. Yes, this to me does seem a little bit suspicious. It does seem to me suspicious.
What?
Don't you think that's a
That
little bit
doesn't even
suspicious?
make sense.
Wait, hold on, bear with me. Don't you think it's a little bit suspicious, right? How like there's no post-resurrection accounts in one book, then there's some in another, then they get more fantastical, and then there's a story about Doubting Thomas that's saying like you should have faith and believe without questioning
Listen, Co.
anything. And so like
Yeah,
it's sort of like it's like
the,
the people who organize
this is
the
just a
Bible.
weird point for
Wait,
various
hold on. The
reasons.
people who organize
Yeah.
the Bible are sort of like choosing what goes in, choosing what stays out, but including this story that's telling you to sort of accept what is being told to you without questioning it so much. So it's kind of a weird like thing, especially considering how like the post-resurrection sightings are getting more fantastical as we go throughout.
What can I just talk to that real quick, and then Tom can go. But
Go for it.
yeah, I mean, Paul clearly talks about faith before any of the Gospels were written. I mean, I don't know what connection he was making there. That's strange. It's kind of sounds like nonsense. Like Paul is clearly talking about having faith in something you can't see in his letters through and through. So that's one thing. The second thing is, yeah, Mark might not mention the appearances and whatnot. He obviously still mentions that the tomb was empty and Jesus has risen. There could be various good reasons for that. But I don't understand the connections he's making. I mean, I agree with him that the stories do get more fantastical, but it's just, I don't know. I just think it's a weak argument overall when you consider things like Paul's letters and things like that. Just
Okay,
doesn't make sense.
so you agree?
These people just be going off each other and not actually be writing something "quote unquote" new every time.
Yeah. So like the thing is like so
Yeah, of
yeah.
course, I even agree with that.
Yeah, so there's that, but you agree that the stories are getting more fantastical, and then like all of that ends with like the Doubting Thomas story that's saying like you should believe without like
questioning it or anything. That blessed are those who like believe and yet don't see. Do you think?
Yeah, but that doesn't even make sense because we have sources that come before any of these gospels, far before the Gospel of John, talking about having faith. I don't even understand like what his point is. It doesn't even make sense. That's actually crazy.
Doesn't make sense to you.
No, but the point is, right, he's saying that this whole faith concept was developed in John because I don't even know what he was doing to tie that in, but no, they're in Paul. Paul talks about it.
Oh
I don't
yeah,
understand that.
so like they might have made claims about having faith before, but it's like they make all these fantastical claims about the sightings of Jesus after his resurrection.
Paul does.
Yeah,
Paul
and
makes
then,
those claims.
yeah, and then like the order though, like they're like they conclude all of that with talking about doubting Thomas and saying that like we've given you all these fantastical claims, and like the last thing we're gonna say is you should believe without questioning or seeing. And it's like, do you think there's an agenda behind the people that are organizing the Bible or putting all this stuff together, trying to make it more like digestible? In saying
Well, of
something like
course
that?
there is. Of course there is an agenda in that aspect. There's no doubt about that. I just don't see how this undermines the Christian faith whatsoever. I mean, again, like I mentioned earlier, man, Paul says that Jesus appeared to all of these people. I simply trust Paul over you. It's really simple.
But why do you trust Paul?
It's actually,
Well,
that's also a good question.
I think he was absolutely convinced that, he had an experience with Jesus. He had multiple experiences. So we talked about third heaven. We talked about Damascus. The top rabbi gives it all up. It goes in the direction of Christ. Very straight. He says things like he's seen the Lord. These people were Jewish people, skeptical Jewish people. Not skeptical in regards to I'm saying they can't be convinced of rumors or something, but skeptical in the aspect that they wouldn't ever believe that a crucified man has risen from the dead. So yeah, I trust these people to have had some type of experience to explain the data we see. And when Paul says things like more than 500 at once saw it, it also makes sense in other aspects. Like, for example, he persecutes the first church. And in that first church, there would be hundreds of people. And this would be in the same year Jesus was crucified. So it's not surprising to me that, he's getting reports, he's looking around him, and he understands that Jesus appeared to more than 500 at once. There's a lot of reasons I could go and talk about this, but yeah, I mean, it comes down to your opinion on Paul. And at the end of the day, I just trust the guy to tell me accurate information.
Also, by the way, how long was Paul on the road to Damascus?
He was just I'm not really sure. I don't really know if that's even true, like the whole Damascus thing, but I just take it, yeah, he's probably on the road to Damascus, and this happened. I'm not positive, though.
I was having a conversation.
I would be very cautious about that. I'm a skeptical Christian, so.
I was having a conversation with I Wonder, and he said something about Paul on the road to Damascus, like, had this vision of Jesus, but like he spent bear with me. This might not be a proper encounter of what he said, but I'm pretty sure this is what he said. But he said like Paul spent like 3 years with Jesus on the road to Damascus. And, like, he legit had like a long experience and conversation with Jesus, and then met up with like Matthew, Mark, and the rest.
Yeah, that's not true.
Are we still taking I Wonder seriously in 2020?
Like, I have to look into what he was saying, bro, but I'm pretty sure that's what he told me. Like,
yeah, I mean, the experience would have lasted a whole 30 minutes or something. Like, I don't know what he's talking about.
He was saying like it was like 3 years.
Yeah, I think he didn't spend 3 years in he spent 3 years in the Middle East studying.
And then he returned back to Damascus.
To study with the apostles. Then he went to go preach.
Okay.
He went to Damascus, went to preach, and then returned back to Damascus, and that was over 3 years. Yeah, he writes that in Galatians. Wonder might have been saying that.
Maybe I misunderstood him. I'm pretty sure he said like verbatim to me like Paul spent like significant time with Jesus, but yeah, maybe I misheard it or something. But,
yeah, I would agree with that Mark is the oldest transcripts that we have. and his is left in suspense. And actually, most scholars agree that it was intended to do so. It was intended to be left open for your own interpretation, whether or not this happened or didn't. And then
Right.
the other two, Luke and Matthew, definitely definitely pull from Mark, and then they have their own narrative that they're pushing, and they definitely make it more grander than what it actually were. There's no question about this. The thing about Thomas being the first thing of faith, I don't agree with. I don't think any scholar would. I'm speaking a little boldly there, though, because Paul does speak about faith way before that happens. But yeah, I'm not sure about that piece. But I would argue that I hadn't studied this enough to say boldly, but I would say hypothetically, it's a good possibility that this episode with Thomas and the disciples didn't necessarily happen in the way that it was described.
You know, also like PRK, yeah, why should we trust Paul, the guy who was persecuting Christians and then had a vision about about Jesus?
Well, personally, as a believer, I just believe that he actually spoke to God. Like his vision wasn't some hallucinatory fake thing or something. He wasn't mentally ill. I'm not operating under that assumption. I think he spoke to God, and that explains why he went from persecutor to advocate. So that's about it.
You don't
That's
think
what
he
I
was like traumatized from all the Christians that he unalived?
Yeah, this whole grief-induced thing. I mean,
Yeah,
you'd
I
also
know.
have to explain why he's having like multiple of these appearances. Are you saying he might
Also,
be
does it
saying,
does
oh,
it
he has
say
a lifelong condition of like psychosis and stuff? But I mean, Paul seems, I mean, within his letters, the content to be completely sane. I don't understand this whole notion that he was
wait? Does it
confused
say
or
he
something.
unalived Christians? I don't think it's. I don't think.
No, he
It's,
didn't. He doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. No.
Like, I have it in my notes that like Saul was like a persecutor of Christians, but I
that
could
could
be wrong.
mean. Yeah, that could mean like a lot of different things.
In the New Testament, it does say that he was an unaliver, but just not within his own letters.
Interesting. But Christ before, wait, hold on. Christ before Jesus, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Coco? What's up?
Were you trying to put some points up?
No, well,
But
believe it or not, I'm actually agreeing a lot with what I don't know how to pronounce his name, PRK, whatever that is, People's Republic of Korea says.
On what?
He was talking
Can
about.
I just say him real quick?
He was talking about Paul and
Wait,
whether or
hold
not
on.
it mentions him unaliving Christians within his letters. It definitely doesn't. That's just like an Acts type trope or story.
Yeah, very well could be true. Yeah, I would probably go with that.
Okay, I'll probably write that down somewhere.
Can I just say that man was not meant to be alone, and the reason why I would say that you would return to Christianity, to return to Christ, and return to God is because separation is an illusion. It's not really supposed to be, something that people live with, the idea of separation, because God is not alone. God is three, Father, Son, and Spirit. And it's all about togetherness. And since everybody desires love and acceptance, and people matter, that's why I get up in the morning and I work on homes, and I'm a contractor fixing people's homes, because people matter, but everybody desires love and acceptance. So the point is, that's the reason. So there's no atheist saying, "Oh, I'm happy being alone," because that there's no future in that. So the future is for you to know and be known.
Wait, what if I'm
That's
like?
a place in you that's it's beyond.
Wait. What if I'm like super introverted and I?
Go ahead.
Wait, yeah. What if I'm super introverted and I just hate humans and I want to be alone? There are people like that.
Yeah, well, that's a
There are
rare
times where
case.
you
I
do
mean, of
want
like
to
a
be alone.
fluke person. Yeah, well, that can bring serenity, but that doesn't mean ultimately. I mean, the whole point of civilization is to come together. We're trying to do that now with the internet. For the first time in human history, we're all talking at once.
Well, yeah, but
So,
like
I
according
mean, that's
to
another example.
like
Go ahead.
who's deciding that the point of humanity is to like be together or come together?
Because men and women make children, and because it's about family, and because you carry God. That's the thing, is that you, even with a scientific approach and going with all these things, you still come back to what is inside a human being. And when you get into it and you look inside, you see hope, you see love, you see power, you see art, you see invention, you see trust, you see meaning, you see purpose, you see invention, you see science.
We could also say the negative things as well.
Yeah, you can, but most people are cool. I would say most people are cool. 90%, 95% of people are cool. But let's not focus on the negative and say, because
Do
this
those
person like Jeffrey
numbers
Dahmer was
vary
around
throughout history, or
The point of the
Well,
internet
I mean-
was just cat videos.
On God, right? Like just cat videos and memes.
Yeah, no, I mean seriously, I think the
another
internet
thing,
is
like, that's-
actually. I think the internet's actually the future of the church and the future of people's communication, because you matter, and if you got
So
something
you can
good to
thank
say,
Al
people,
Gore for continuing the church.
I can thank who?
Gore, the father of the algorithm.
Yeah, Al Gore. No, he didn't invent it. The computer was invented by, I think, Einstein, or was it Oppenheimer or something like that?
Yeah, it was Oppenheimer.
I don't know who.
Yeah, it was J. Robert Oppenheimer. He invented.
1974 saw the introduction of what is considered by many to be the first true personal computer, the Altair 8800, created by Microinstrumentation and Telemetry Systems, MITS. Did that answer your question?
Yes.
I
Black
literally
Stallion.
love how
No.
somebody makes a joke and then you guys are like, well, actually.
Oh, actually, yeah, I didn't catch that. To
No,
be
no, I agree with him.
completely honest.
J. Robert Oppenheimer created the computer.
So back to like the being, the person, and the being, like what you carry, right? Because that's what we're talking
Didn't know
about.
when
Right?
Mike was on.
If you carry love and honor and truth in your being, then we're tapping into something that is like a God within you, right? Because God wouldn't separate himself from you. So you carry God. That's what I'm trying to say. And you know what? That God's with you. And that's why I'm about the gospel of grace, because grace is not law. Like law and religion can never change you. I mean, we have laws in the land, but I mean, they uphold stuff, but it takes a police force and a military. But ultimately, going back into it, people know right from wrong, like up and down, left from right. So the whole point is consciousness, and then it comes back to you're not alone. Now, you might be turned off by like the church itself. I mean, believe me, I know all about that. They don't prefer my, construction type, just like they want sales. That's what that's about. And a lot of it's a business, and it's a sad reality that so many fall into that, and they don't really know how to look inward. But I mean, the church has done a lot for humanity. I mean, the thing is that, I mean, depends on where you're at. Are you ready to have a relationship, like a friendship, a communication with God, a prayer life, and actually participate in finding out who you are? Because God's real. The thing is that,
it's okay to breathe, right?
no, I know. The thing is my phone's like on like 2%. It's gonna die. But I thought I would chime in because I might have talked to you before, and it's all cool. But I want you to know that you're loved. That's the key, I think, to healing. Even someone that's as far out as, a gangbanger or somebody. Like, why do people become criminals? And most of the time,
It's because they have not.
Because you want to catch what?
No, most of the times when someone becomes a criminal, it's because they have not.
They have not. What?
They have not what?
Yeah, they have not. They
Yeah, they have.
don't
They
have
have
enough
not.
food, don't have enough
Yeah,
money,
yeah,
don't.
Yeah,
have
exactly.
some things.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's like it's almost like if God is good, right? Then you're good, but you just don't know it. And the reason why people turn bad is because they actually believe they're bad. And now you could say, well, they are full of hatred, but I don't. People are born. They're not born. God doesn't make trash. That's not true. People are not. They're not born bad. They become bad because over time and disappointment, bad choices, and bad circumstances, and a lot of other evil situations. Like it could be their health. It could be mental health. It could be the economy. I mean, in the year 500, no one was really having fun. We almost got annihilated by that planet, that volcano that exploded and wiped out all the food and stuff. But see, and the thing is like I know that there's stuff people are going through stuff right now. Like just the economy's really not good. It's, what?
Should learn to be succinct.
What? Learn to be sincere?
Succinct.
Succinct.
In sync?
Succinct.
Justin Timberlake.
Yeah, you're going to trust in JT on me. Yeah. So I think it's also about identity.
What circle of hell is this?
Yeah. Well. So hold on. I do have a question though. Like, if God is love, then how do you account for like all the horrible things that God commands in the Bible?
Like what?
We'll just say that God, in your word, created the human body perfect, but yet He created the female body in such a way that it just spontaneously aborts children spontaneously. It seems to me that God is responsible for that.
What?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, and I can hear that. We live in a fallen world, and
Say about women's bodies.
Yeah. Well, that's a rabbit hole within itself. And so what I would say is, like, when I point to God, I'm talking about Jesus, right? Because back in the Old Testament, that whole example...
Is Jesus not God?
Jesus is... Yes, He is God.
Why did Jesus create the body in such a way?
Like this?
All right, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Okay, religion, I would say the Old Testament is the law, right? And God is showing us that the law doesn't work. So then
we're not talking about the law. We're talking about this is the issue with the natural problem of evil.
Okay, so
Yeah.
but to bring the solution before my phone ends up dying, whatever.
Yeah, God could have created the female body in such a way that it did not spontaneously abort.
Well, he could give us. He's actually promised to fix all things.
So is this
So
saying death
what?
happened and God created it? Is that like a thing?
Or
Can't
actually,
hear you.
like,
You gotta speak up.
Wait, so really quick, I think like which I think these are sort of like valid points, I would say, but I guess like it's referring to like okay, so like with the problem of evil, God designed like people say like, okay, this might be a little bit messy, but like people say that like everything is intelligently designed, right? But then again, we can look at the human body and see that like women's bodies like miscarriage from time to time, and maybe that's not like an intelligent design, or like.
Yeah, well, he gave us a.
How many times have I gone over Genesis with you?
Wait, you're kind of muffled. We don't know what you're saying.
Oh my God! Hello, hi. Can you hear me?
Now you're good.
Great. Okay. How many times have we discussed Genesis?
A lot. Wait,
Okay.
What does that have to do with,
Rate it again.
what does that have to do with Genesis?
A lot. Everything you're saying.
Wait, miscarriages happen because Eve ate from the fruit?
Oh my
Because we
God!
live in
It's like we
fallen
don't. It's like
world.
I don't even care. I don't fucking care. Keep going.
This world is not a good place in the Christian worldview. Like, this world is like very hellish. Okay, like we need a savior after all.
Okay, so like I do understand like Adam and Eve ate from the fruit. The world's fallen. Women are gonna have pain in childbirth, but like we're like
we're arguing like if a Christian says that we're intelligently designed and like women have miscarriages, then we're wondering why did God design us to have miscarriages? But
Yeah, I don't really run the ID argument. Yeah, I mean, if he is, yeah, go ahead.
but
Don't mean to interrupt.
I'm guessing like maybe the argument's going towards we were designed to be perfect at first, then Adam and Eve ate from the fruit, then everything became corrupted and fallen, and this women having miscarriages is just the fallen nature of like humanity. And is that the argument that's like really?
Yeah, I mean, we just, I just, yeah, I
Bad.
guess so.
It's bad thing in world. God is bad. I don't know. It's something. It's always that.
I'm about to drop down, host. I want to thank you for having me up, but I will leave you with one last piece of words for people to chew on. Everyone, but maybe Perk, he may have heard me say this before. Who is more powerful than the God of the Bible? And this would be the author. He can make
John
God do
Cena.
whatever he wants.
Maybe the guy with like a white tuxedo in Marvel. That's like the god of the Marvel universe. I'm kidding.
You're talking about one
Well, no,
above all.
it would be the author. He
Coco,
can make God do
you are
anything he wants.
perpetually 15.
So think about that and, see where it leads you. Y'all have a great day. Host, thank you for letting me be part of this. And Perk, take care, brother.
Yeah, see ya, bro.
But who's that guy with the white tuxedo in Marvel? That's like the god of the Marvel universe.
One above all?
Yeah, like he's the writer of everything. Like he could literally like fuck anybody up. No, but no, yeah, maybe yeah. I don't know what to say. My brain is confuzzled. But go ahead, Cyber, with your
At
point.
2% guy left.
Well, yeah. So the issue is that, like, when we look at like things like the natural problem of evil, we look at like the fact that God caused us. So we can even take a look at like, why does the sun give us cancer? Why are there earthquakes and stuff like this that just unalive people? Why are infants born with Lesch-9 syndrome, which causes them to literally gouge out their eyes? Like, why did God, who's supposed to be love, create the world in such a way to do these things, which I would just consider to be completely unnecessary?
Did he do that? Did he create the world this way?
Yeah, he did.
Did he not?
Sure didn't.
Wait. Are you saying that God
So
did
there
not
weren't
create-
any tectonic plates before Eve ate the apple?
I'm gonna need Genesis. Seems like we're not reading it.
What are we missing from Genesis? Could you elaborate a little bit on what you're
No,
actually
I think you should probably just go read it. It doesn't really matter.
Well, I don't think you know what you're talking about, so I'd like you
I
to
think I do.
elaborate.
Wait, hold on.
No, I
hold
don't
on.
think you do at all.
I do.
I know what she's saying. And yeah, we've been over it. Like the reason I know what she's saying is because we've had this conversation before. Yeah.
A million fucking times.
Yeah.
You're talking about the oral traditions from the second millennia
I'm talking about
from
Genesis.
Near Eastern people.
Dumbass.
Yeah, it's all a myth. So if you could elaborate on what
That's
you're
a nice
talking
claim.
about.
That's a super cool claim. Can you justify that, please?
There are similarities between that and Mesopotamian culture. So like,
Oh, it's
Are,
like
are you
it's
not are you
myth,
not
therefore it's a
familiar
myth.
with the oral traditions from the second millennia BC and even earlier than that?
yeah.
What are we talking about?
There's similarities between the Adam and Eve story and the creation story.
Oh.
Like Mesopotamia.
Stories have similarities to them, therefore they stole from it or something? Is that the argument?
Many of the motifs
I
that
mean,
are
if
written
you
about
saw
in
two
Genesis,
authors
Pagan
write the same
stories.
thing.
Blood,
There
the
were
world
pagan
parent
stories that
couple.
were similar to the Christians. Oh my god. I've never fucking heard of that before. Jesus Christ.
I just take it by faith that we live in a fallen world because there's some good reason God has for it. That's it.
Could you go ahead and
Like,
define faith for me, Perk?
Can you ask God what that
for me,
Go
it'd
ahead,
be
Perk.
trusting.
Go ahead.
It'd be a
Are you going to
commitment.
use Genesis 11:1?
Papa Perk.
Or not Genesis, Hebrews 11:1?
Yeah,
Why
I
don't
mean,
you
I would
just
just
let him
say
fucking talk,
trusting,
idiot?
Okay.
trusting in things without,
With zero evidence?
No, I wouldn't say that because I think there is some lines of evidence that take us so far and then it drops off. It's not like no evidence, but yeah, trusting things without proof.
Okay, but let me pretend to be a Christian and play devil's advocate. Let me see how this goes. But okay. So hey guys, I'm Mr. Coco. I'm a Roman Catholic.
But okay. When it comes to how God created the world, right? In the beginning, in Genesis, right? Genesis is talking about how God created us in paradise initially. We had all the fruits and trees, animals, resources that we wanted, right? But essentially, he gave Adam and Eve like one commandment, like don't eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And that was it, right? And like Adam and Eve proceed to decide to determine for themselves like what good and evil is and what knowledge is, and like eat the fruit, right? And from there, that's when we begin to see like the earth become something that's like uninhabitable. I think it would be as of that moment when they decide to turn away from God and choose death, because God is the giver of life. So turning away from him would be choosing death. I think that's the point where we start seeing the world have tectonic plates, earthquakes, parasites, cancer, all of this stuff. But originally, God intended for the world to be a paradise, and for us to be his spokesperson on the earth, to carry out his demands and wishes on the earth. We're supposed to be the spokesperson for God.
Able to verify that the Earth did not have tectonic plates before a particular point?
Well, I mean, given what the Bible is saying, that like, Adam and Eve were in paradise, I don't think that there would be like earthquakes in paradise destroying animals and Adam and Eve and everything. I think they were in perfect relationship.
Right, yeah. I'm just asking, like, is there any particular way that we're able to definitively have evidence of this particular time you're talking about, pre-fall of man?
The Garden of Eden was on Pangea?
I am not able to verify that, but I'm going to tag team tap in my partner Wit, who's an Eastern Orthodox inquirer. And yeah, Wit,
I have to explain finding cancer in dinosaur fossils.
Wait, you've got this. Like,
Sorry, I had a phone call. What?
oh, are we able to verify that there weren't earthquakes in paradise with Adam and Eve?
No.
You got this. What is the Eastern Orthodox teaching?
Do you think like the tradition focuses on like scientific tectonic plates or some shit?
Well, it
Like, I don't
should,
think
because the problem of evil, the naturalistic problem of
Oh, it
evil
should. You should tell you should go and tell the church what they should do.
is an
Yeah.
absolute banger that you can't account for. Like, why do we have evidence of
You think
earthquakes,
because we don't? You
cancer?
think because
Hold on. Nearly
that's
done.
what we're gonna do? Okay.
Nearly
All right.
done.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Nearly done. Why do we have evidence of like earthquakes, landslides, and cancer unaliving dinosaurs? When we
Sure.
know that dinosaurs and humans did not exist together?
Who the fuck says that's the case?
Yeah, can you find any evidence of humans and dinosaurs in the same fossil record?
Never
Wait, are you
fucking said
serious?
they did. Who the fuck made that
You,
claim?
you just said, how can you prove it's the case?
What?
Yeah, he explained it.
You show that's the case.
Show what's the case?
But
That
I didn't ask
humans and
him to show
dinosaurs
him what's
didn't
the
exist
case.
at the same time, and then he
I
did.
never fucking said that they did.
You literally just did.
No, I didn't.
Wait,
No,
I don't
you
think she
asked.
did.
When the
You
fuck did
asked-
I say that?
No, she
Yeah,
didn't.
so, Wit, like, it's okay. Like, we're not
Oh
trying
Jesus!
to attack you.
All
We're
right,
just trying to talk
I'm
to you.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think you are, but you're just kind of saying the words. That being said, you asked him how we know that, and he responded. What's your response
When
to
did
that?
I ask? How do I know what? I didn't ask him
That
about
humans
that.
and dinosaurs didn't exist at the same time.
No, I didn't. I really didn't.
Then
No.
you said that right after he said that point, which shows that you weren't actually paying attention to what he was saying, because we all heard you say, how do we know that, after he mentioned dinosaurs and humans
All right.
didn't exist at the same time. So either
Okay.
you weren't listening and
don't-
then
I
you
don't
said
even
that,
hold-
or you actually did say it and now
I
you're trying to
wasn't
gaslight
listening.
us.
You're correct. Yeah. So I don't really have. I don't take that position, so I'm fine.
All right, cool. So you weren't listening. So now that you're aware that that's what we were talking about, what would be your response to it?
Response to dinosaurs and humans existing.
No. The fact that we know that dinosaurs have died in earthquakes, that we know that dinosaurs have had cancer that caused them to unalive, but dinosaurs pre-existing humans. So this kind of destroys the idea of like God, because of the apple or the fruit this kind of destroys the idea of that's what caused these changes to the earth, because dinosaurs
So-
lived before humans.
You think because dinosaurs lived before humans, that destroys Christianity?
Well, yeah, because there was cancer on the earth before.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it shows us that there was
Okay.
very clearly some kind of a problem before humans were ever here. Some kind of problem of death, some kind of problem of pestilence, disease.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah, I mean, that's why-
when we're
Yeah, go ahead.
talking about something like the scripture, right, and we're dealing with these things, you think that like this is like some scientific claim that
Well, you're the one who
people
keeps
bring
saying we've
forth,
been over
or-
Genesis. We've been over Genesis. That's all your
Uh-huh.
claim has been. So
Right.
where-
I'm
where
not
does
making a claim
Genesis-
that Genesis is like doing a scientific analysis of how things happened, because that's not the intention of
Well,
Genesis.
very clearly, we don't
I'm
believe
not-
that it's very scientific at all.
Well, I don't, because it's not scientific.
No,
The
but
Bible
is it
isn't a
mythological?
scientific
You
book.
are very correct.
Right. Right.
However,
So,
what
we're in
would be your
agreement on that
response
one.
to seeing that there are very clearly elements and evidence and proof of disease prior to humans living on the planet? How would the fall of man for humans, obviously affecting humans, how would this be what brings in this disease and pestilence and the evil world that we live in? How is that what brings it in, the fall of man, if we very clearly saw that it existed prior to man?
I don't make scientific claims as far as that goes, so I
That's
wouldn't
not
know.
what I asked you. I was asking how can you
Yeah,
explain
I'm not sure
what's
that
going
that's
on?
something that the scripture addresses. So I'm not going to sit here and
Well,
say
if
that
you're
I know
relying on the
exactly how that
scripture-
happened.
If you're relying on the scripture and you're extrapolating from this Genesis account that
Mm-hmm.
somehow the only reason we live in a bad world, an evil world, or have any kind of problems or pain, or there's certain elements of the human body that don't act the way that we think it could in a perfect world, you're saying all of it is coming from a particular point, and this is the fall of man. But that very clearly had to have happened
Yeah, I
after the
don't hold-
dinosaurs. This is problematic. This shows that the
don't-
text itself,
Again,
Genesis,
I don't really,
is
I
not
don't
real.
have an issue about the age of things. I'm not holding to some young earth thing. I don't have an issue with those things. But
Yeah, we don't,
don't
think,
think
you
you're
do.
tracking the
We're
argument.
just showing that this is a myth that very clearly has no evidence for it.
that's
So really quick,
not the case. But okay.
so really quick, like the point I guess that we're kind of focused on right now is that like the Bible's sort of giving this idea that death entered the world given Adam and Eve's disobedience. But like if we have dinosaurs that predate human beings that had cancer and were unaliving, that means like there was death before Adam and Eve, and like them eating from the apple is essentially what they're trying to say.
Yeah, we're not trying to say that the Bible is scientific or is trying to make a scientific claim. That's not what we're trying to say at all. What we're trying to say is that the point that you're trying to make, your argument, is that the story somehow happened, and therefore that is the reason for the death and
Brought up
destruction
the
of the
evidential
planet.
problem of
But
evil.
it's just a
Yeah.
myth. It's not something that we
Great.
can actually
Okay.
point to.
Super neat. So what I'm saying is that he brought up the evidential problem of evil. That's what he was bringing up, which is an internal critique, right? Dealing with internal, not some like, hey, prove that this happened kind of bullshit, right? So when he brought that in, it seems that as far as our answer for those things to go, right? That's what I brought in, because this is an internal critique, not an external one. So if you're just going to go to another argument and say, well, you know, dinosaurs have cancer, therefore Bible not true, then I guess that's a whole different or a whole different critique than the evidential problem of evil.
No, it is that because we brought something up and you said, look at Genesis, right? Anytime anybody
this
brings
explains
something
the
up,
fall of
you're-
man,
you're
and
always
you
like-
made an argument, right, that God created the world as it is fallen. And I'm saying that's not the case, because
It
that
is
was an
the
internal
case.
critique. No, it
No,
isn't.
it is the
Not
case.
according to Genesis.
I don't care but that's what I'm saying is the internal critique is showing that Genesis is wrong.
Oh, really
Jesus
quick,
Christ.
if we didn't have the book of
Internal.
Genesis,
What?
wit. It's not necessarily internal. We weren't appealing to the Bible. We were appealing to God. If we didn't have the book of Genesis, did God still create the world? Wit. If we didn't have like a copy of the book of Genesis to point to, do you still believe that God created the world?
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so then we weren't talking about Genesis at all. We were saying God created the world. We weren't saying, oh, hey, in Genesis, it says that it was not an internal critique. You're trying to make it internal because you brought up the idea that we needed to look at Genesis. We then pointed out that Genesis is not any pathway to truth. In fact, it actually contradicts what we know about the world, in which case your internal argument is completely moot and irrelevant.
So when you're talking to a Christian, right, which that guy was before when you were talking to him, and we bring in, right, or at least the Bible being a part of our faith, right, or at least
we didn't bring up the Bible.
Hey, again, you're talking
let her
to a
finish.
Christian. You're literally talking to a Christian, right?
Bring in science. They're obviously not doing it internally.
I'd like an answer to my question. That'd be real cool.
Well, yeah, you are a Christian, and you stated that you believe in God creating the world.
I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about the guy before when Cyber asked him the question.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but he asked him a question about God. Not about the Bible.
About God. Yeah, about God. Right? And does the Bible is a part of our faith that attests to God, right?
It's not requirement for the belief in God.
Sweet Jesus.
And we understand this.
Okay. So when we're just talking to like any theist whatsoever, right? I presume that any theist who isn't a Christian will bring in any other sort of way to answer such a question, right?
No, not at all. That guy didn't bring up Genesis. You were the only one who brought up Genesis and tried to make it an internal critique of the Bible.
Okay, great.
Like you were the only one who did it.
When we weren't even talking about Genesis.
All right. So
I may have contributed to
comes
it
to-
playing Catholic.
right. So when it comes to us speaking to these answers, right? When we're talking or these questions, right? Like why is there cancer and women's bodies are doing this shit, right? And like why would God allow such a thing? I'm just not when I invoke what we know, like what's in our faith, right? Scripture, the tradition, and all those things. Then I'm just trying to understand as far as
Do you know what my critique was? Why I brought this up? Do you know what my critique actually was with the other guest? It wasn't even your critique; it was a critique of the other guest. But do you know what it was about?
I don't know.
Yeah. So when he says that,
You
God
jumped in
is,
here anyway.
yeah,
Wait, hold on.
Go ahead.
This wasn't addressed to you at all.
Go ahead, Cyber.
yeah. So it is when he says that God is all love, and then we bring up this naturalistic problem of evil. It clearly shows that God doesn't care. God seems to actually not like life on the face of the planet. Seems to be the case. It's not all love.
Okay. So when I counter that with what we know within our faith,
Well, you
i.e.
said, look at
scripture and the
Genesis.
tradition, you're saying that
Genesis.
you're not making some internal critique to the
No,
God that I
he's
believe
not.
in.
He's bringing he's bringing an outside understanding, and you're bringing yours. That's not an internal critique. As you arguing from your
You're
position and
critiquing
him
the
arguing from his
faith.
position.
How are you
yes,
telling
we're
me you're not
critiquing the faith from
critiquing
the
the
outside of the faith.
Oh, great. You're outside of the faith. You're still critiquing
If you're-
Christianity.
Yes, not within inside it.
Internally.
No.
my
Internal
fucking
critique
God.
would be on the Bible. He didn't bring up the Bible. That's not the point at all. In fact, that same argument that Cyber made could be used against anyone who believes in a creator God, not just Christianity.
Not me.
God.
Wait.
Okay. So when we discuss, right, the like Christianity, and you say, okay, look, the God that you were talking about, the loving God that you believe in, right, which is the Christian God, and there's this
plenty of gods that love
oh my
people.
God, can you
let her finish.
for 2
And Cyber's
seconds
obviously
here?
bringing out
Well,
an
no,
outside understanding of love.
She's trying to make a claim about what Cyber did when he didn't do it. She's just kind of bringing up an irrelevant point.
Oh, Jesus.
Critique her afterwards, though, after she finishes.
Okay.
Okay, so he just said, right, God can't be loving, right, because there's bad things in the world, right? That's the argument. That's what was being brought up.
Well, hold on. My argument is there's bad things in the world that he directly caused himself and created.
Whatever the argument is, right? Okay, so he directly caused all bad things to happen, therefore God isn't loving, right? Some kind of,
Wait,
that's the argument, right?
I might be the only one here, but my brain is getting kind of confused. I feel like we're like hopping between internal and external critique. Like we're saying,
I'm just trying to understand.
We could
Like,
just
this
move
is so
past the
hard.
Genesis point. I think the point had been made on the Genesis point. Now let's just talk about the problem of evil.
Yeah, which
The
trying
point hasn't been made on the Genesis point.
yeah, which trying to shoehorn me into an internal critique, but I'm not making an internal critique. We've been trying to say that, and now she's trying
You're
to
just saying
explain
things?
how I'm making an internal critique.
Okay, so you're
Cyber
just
is correct.
saying-
He did not make an internal critique. She's just trying to make it that because that's her only way of playing a game.
Oh, it is it? You know me very well.
Yeah, because you refuse to
Your mom told
acknowledge
me all about
anything outside of your Bible.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so really quick. Previous guest said that God is loving. You're saying that God is not loving because you look at the world and you see like all of the heinous things that are happening, and God might be the cause of it. But when you're saying that God might be the cause of it, you're adhering to like
Rebecca, help me.
Christianity. You're adhering to like Christianity and like what their teaching is, and
There
like
you go.
God, started everything in Genesis, right? So like it's like you're doing an external critique, but then you're also saying like God caused everything. So you're sort of like tiptoeing sort of into an internal critique because you're adhering to like Genesis and like it's saying that God created everything.
No, I never mentioned Genesis once.
Wit
Wit
was the one who brought up Genesis.
Yeah, Wit is the one.
I know
like
I brought up
skating
Genesis.
past
Again, the reason why I brought it up is because you are making a claim about God not being loving and he created the world this way, right? Which is contradictory to what the Christian he was talking to and what would hold to the scripture. That's the reason why I brought it up.
Correct. Now,
You guys are
staying with
sitting here saying that that's not somehow an internal thing that you're doing.
well, do you know what an internal critique is, Wit? What's an internal critique?
It's what you're critiquing.
If I argue capitalism is
belief?
communism,
Wait,
am
let
I
her
arguing
finish, let her
within
finish.
Oh my
communism?
fucking god!
I'm sorry,
You know
but
what
this is
an
so
internal
fucking
critique is,
stupid.
Wit?
Are you
Wait,
day
you
drinking?
gotta let her
What the fuck
finish
is
though.
this?
Go ahead, Wit.
No,
Finish.
just let him fucking yap.
Go ahead. Whoever was gonna go next, Mateo.
Ridiculous. This is absolutely stupid. Are you day drinking? Because this is absolutely fucking
I'm
stupid.
not
If I argue
day
capitalism,
You
if
need
I
to
argue
calm
capitalism
down,
with
Mateo.
communism, am I arguing within communism?
need to
No,
calm
I'm
Yeah,
arguing a
down.
calm
capitalist
down,
stance
bro.
against a communist
All right,
stance.
can we just get a formal
Yeah,
argument
can we
from you?
just
and-
can we not do
Sorry,
that, bro?
Can
You're a
we
grown
just get a
man.
formal
Calm
argument?
down.
Don't curse at a woman that way.
Yeah, we can chill on the personal attacks about drinking.
Well, yeah, let's just get a
Yeah, it's
formal
not cool.
argument on the
Well,
table.
that's where
since
they
you
all
want
want to
that.
go. Let him do it.
Formal
Let him
argument.
show himself too. You want to be J 2.0? You want to bring up my broken marriage too? You fucking dick.
Sure, your husband did the right choice.
Now,
How
for
about
the
that?
These
for
are the
the
reasons
Caesar.
I became a Christian
Coco.
because they
I won't
Coco.
tolerate
Let it
it.
happen.
respect.
Stop,
Let
guys.
it happen. Let him show himself. That's fine.
We're not here to
This is
like deteriorate
stupid
people's
for me.
mental health. I'm not
was
gonna
cool.
tolerate the personal attacks. It's out of bounds.
Reddit. You fucking Reddit pieces of shit.
Let's just stay
Dumb
on.
cunt. You can't track shit. Holy fuck, why are you on here?
Are you serious? Yeah, that's why.
Wait, I didn't kick him.
Soft answer turns away wrath, sister. Please.
Coco, you should have kicked them, to be honest.
Yeah.
The flesh is at height right now. You got to kill it, please.
Okay, Cyber, what's the formal argument? What's premise one? Go.
Oh, you want premise one? Oh, let me go.
I want a deductive argument with premises that lead to a conclusion through a series of infinite rules. Go ahead.
Yeah. So premise one is God exists, then and omnipotent, omniscient, and morally perfect. If God is omnipotent, then God would have the power to eliminate all evil. To include natural evil. If God is omniscient, then God knows God knows when evil exists. Premise 4, if God is morally perfect, then God has the desire to eliminate all evil. Premise 5, evil exists. Premise 6, if evil exists and God exists, then either God doesn't have the power to eliminate all evil, God doesn't know when evil exists, or doesn't have the desire to eliminate all evil, or would never have wanted to create evil to begin with. And conclusion, God doesn't exist.
I think I disagree with like premise 4 and 6.
Yeah, what's the arguments for premise 4 to 6?
That God is morally perfect.
That if God exists, that there's evil. That disproves it. What? Read premise 6 again.
Premise 6 is if evil exists and God exists, then God either doesn't have the power to eliminate evil, or God doesn't know when evil exists and doesn't have the desire to eliminate all evil.
Yeah, okay, give the argument for that.
Which part?
Premise 6.
Oh, yeah, I gave that in the premises. Do you disagree with one of the premises?
Well, I just need an argument for it.
Yeah, it's in the premise. So premise 1, or sorry, do you believe God is omnipotent?
Yeah.
Do you believe God is omniscient?
Yeah.
Do you believe God is morally perfect?
Yeah. Yes.
All right, so we'll go through these again. Would be if God is omnipotent, then God has the power to eliminate all evil. If God is omniscient, then God knows when evil exists. And if God is morally perfect, then God has the desire to eliminate all evil. So those would be my arguments against with premise 6.
Okay, what's premise 7?
Yeah, I just disagree.
There's no premise 7.
Okay, what's premise 3?
Premise 3 is if God is omniscient, then he knows when evil exists.
Okay. What's premise 5?
Premise 5 is going to be evil exists.
Okay, what's the argument for premise 5?
That evil exists? Oh, God says he creates evil.
No, he says he creates calamity.
No, Hebrew.
How is calamity
Warrior?
not evil?
Calamity is disasters and stuff.
Yeah, and we're talking about the naturalistic problem of evil here, my dude. That's what this whole conversation's been about.
Yeah, calamity's not evil.
It is evil.
No, it's not.
Do you know Hebrew, Warrior?
Well, do you want to know what
You're
my...
claiming it's not evil. Look at the original translation. What the
Yeah,
language was
I'm agreeing with his. I'm
originally
agreeing
written
with
in.
his definition there, Sarah. I'm agreeing with his definition of what evil is.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, so what's the
So,
argument that there's
so I would define. So I would define evil as unnecessary suffering. So I would define evil.
Okay, what's the argument that there's unnecessary suffering?
Oh, yeah, because it could be the case that if God created a world in which, say, the children did not have Lesch-Nyhan syndrome, that we could still live in the exact same world. Literally nothing else would change with the absence of Lesch-Nyhan syndrome. Thus, Lesch-Nyhan syndrome is an unnecessary evil.
Well, that might not be true. I mean, you don't know every fact about the world to say that if that thing were different, then everything else would be the same except for
Can you
that.
show me anything that we've gained from Lesch-Nyhan syndrome existing?
Well, that's not my burden of proof.
Yeah. That's why these are really hard
You
arguments.
have to demonstrate that there actually isn't any benefit at all.
Yeah, there is none. We've received none from it. The evidence of it shows that there isn't any. But we could also look at something else like a baby whale, or not a baby whale, like a baby seal that it has been swallowed by a whale, and now it's just going to suffer. It is slowly digested, right? There's no benefit from that for the world. Thus, unnecessary suffering still exists.
Well, whales need to eat.
Oh, I'm not talking about the case of whales not eating. Whales can eat, sure, but it could have been the case
Well, there
where
you go.
God designed a mechanism in which we find ourselves in these perilous situations where there is no hope of surviving, that the pain is then shut off.
Well,
So
they
as soon as
need to feel pain so they can avoid bad situations to survive.
the seal can feel pain up until it is inside the belly of the well. Once it's
And the
inside the
suffering
belly
stops.
of the
What are you
well,
complaining about?
How would that happen? It's
yeah,
how would
God could have just created a mechanism where as soon as they are in a position where the brain intrinsically knows that it can't get out of, then it just shuts off pain. There's no longer pain.
Yeah, but then it would have to know the future. How could it do
No,
that?
no, it doesn't. It realizes the position it's currently in.
Yeah, how would it do that? How would it know it can't get out?
Because God could just directly intervene.
You would have no
okay, yeah.
motivation
See?
to do anything.
God can't intervene every 2 seconds when there's
The
something
Bible's
wrong.
full of stories where God intervenes, so that's an irrelevant argument.
Yeah,
God
not
intervenes all the
every
time
2
in the
seconds.
Bible.
So you can be walking in your car and God stops you from stepping, and you can't even live a normal life if that were to happen. It's impossible.
No, we're just talking about cases where, like, with unnecessary evil, where there's unnecessary suffering. We're only talking about these cases. But again, God is all powerful, so God could definitely figure out a way in which a seal would stop feeling pain once it's inside the well of a belly, or the belly of a well.
Well, that's up to you to prove.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, no, all I'll say is that God's all powerful under your paradigm, so it's possible.
So,
Oh, is this an internal critique, Warrior? I'm not really sure.
But let's not derail, bro.
I'm answering his questions, Wit.
No, I'm not trying to derail right now. Can we just stay with this topic? All right, go ahead, Warrior.
But also, I think Cyber is kind of killing it. Holy shit.
No, he's not.
He's doing great.
Not at
He's
all.
actually roasting and unloading with both barrels right now.
Well, you just look.
No,
like,
not at all.
if I went back in time, and unalive baby Schmittler, everyone would think I'm insane. They'd be running the same argument you're running. Why didn't God prevent that? But there was a good reason. So, like, you're gonna have to prove that there actually isn't a good reason, you know. But you don't know all the
You
facts.
shift away from the baby well. From
So
the
now
baby
we're
seal. I
including
shift away
time
from
travel?
the baby seal as well. I run from that too.
Yeah, there could be reasons for that, butterfly effects that we just don't have all the facts to assess.
No, the well, it is the case that the seal is inside the well. Thus, we don't have any reason to believe that there would be like there's no benefit for evolutionary purposes, nothing like this, because this seal clearly isn't going to reproduce, and the seal is the only thing that's going to happen with the seal is digestion and being shit out. So there is no butterfly effect that we'd have to be worried about.
Well, all you did was talk about the seal. The butterfly effect wouldn't benefit the seal; it'd benefit other things around.
How?
What's the
Like
problem?
maybe the seal gets eaten and the whale gets a bit of energy and he swims fast and it causes a wave to start a little current and then it pushes a bunch of dying turtles.
Hold on, the seal's
pushes a bunch of dying turtles onto the shore, and now we just saved a bunch of turtles because of one seal. Look at that! Boom.
Yeah, the seal's going to be digested anyways because it is the case that the seal is already in the whale's stomach, so the whale's still going to get that boost of energy regardless if the seal feels pain or not. Try harder.
Note, I don't believe whales are a direct cause of waves. I could be
It's
wrong.
a hypothetical black.
Warrior, you're crushing.
I know.
Thank you.
I know it's a hypothetical, but there's no reason to introduce things that do not exist into the hypothetical.
Wait, so what's the argument going on? Just to catch up.
If God is omnipotent, there shouldn't be evil.
Or no,
You can look at the premises again if you'd like, Jim.
There
this
shouldn't
like
be unnecessary suffering.
logical or evidential?
it sounds like a logical.
Cyber, do you think
What's the logical contradiction?
Hold on.
Cyber has a
Warrior right now.
syllogism.
Yeah, I gotta go in a minute. You can take over, Jim. Here's the problem, Cyber. Okay, you're saying that the seal needs to feel pain, right? So it can run away from pain and all that.
Yeah, that's fine. Before it
Dangerous
gets into a
situation.
circumstance where it's going to be digested, where death is inevitable, God could have created it because he's all powerful, could have created a mechanism in which at that point in time where death is inevitable, that the pain stops.
Before he's in the whale's belly?
No, after he's in the whale's belly.
So as soon as he starts feeling pain, it just stops?
No, because I agree that feeling pain before it is in the whale's belly is necessary, right? That is necessary suffering. But we're talking about once it's in the whale's belly and it is still feeling this pain as it is slowly being digested, that's where it becomes unnecessary. And God, being all powerful, could have created a mechanism in which any animal face these types of suffering, unnecessary suffering, will stop feeling pain.
Okay, so we agree it has to feel some pain. Okay, then do you think that God has to do the best action he can because he's like all loving and all good?
Yes, because you mentioned that he's morally perfect, and you haven't refuted the argument that evil is unnecessary suffering. Thus, yeah, he would have to do something about this.
Okay, then in this situation, the less suffering is the best option, right?
Huh? The less suffering?
Yeah.
No, unnecessary suffering is the best option. Unnecessary suffering, not less suffering. I don't buy into the more or less suffering. That's irrelevant. It's going to be the unnecessary suffering.
You said once it starts feeling pain, then he should cut it off.
No, that wasn't my argument. Do you know what my argument is? Are you not listening?
Yeah, you said once it goes in the whale's stomach, once it goes in the whale's stomach and it starts to feel pain.
Yeah, once it is in a place where the pain, where it's in a case where death is inevitable, right? Meaning once it's in the whale's stomach, it is not getting out, right? It's incapable of getting out. And so once it's in the whale's stomach and it can't get out, at that point, God being all powerful could have created a mechanism in which the whale or the seal stops suffering, doesn't feel pain no more, and he just blissfully goes to his death.
Oh, so it never feels pain at all in the whale's stomach.
Correct. Outside is fine. That is necessary suffering. But once it switches into unnecessary suffering, then God could have created a mechanism in which the pain no longer exists.
Well, Jim, what do you think about that?
Like, what? Well, one, how do you know that it's feeling pain in the whale's stomach?
They
how
have
do we-
pain receptors. Acid hurts.
Yeah.
Like, how are you empirically testing that it's feeling pain
They've actually
in
done.
the whale's stomach?
Yeah, because we do know what the composition of the acids within whale stomach is, and we do know what they do to flesh. So yes, we do know that there is suffering going on.
No, so I'm sorry. I see you seem to be confused on my question. I said, how do you know that the seal is experiencing pain and suffering inside the whale's stomach?
I have no reason to think they don't. Because
How do you know God's not already doing that?
Yeah, and we do know that when animals in other stomachs that are easier to look at, we do know that they do suffer. So just go follow that. They
Yeah.
would
So
also
they
suffer.
can you show me some empirics on test animal states of minds when they're inside another animal's stomach as they're being digested?
Yeah, hold on.
I'm sorry. Do y'all
Jim,
believe
As a matter of fact, we can actually
Jim.
read. We can actually, if you ever get a chance, go listen to a goat. There's plenty of videos where goats are eaten by what are those really big lizards?
Python?
No, it's a
boa constrictor or something.
You're talking
I wanna
about a Komodo dragon?
yeah,
Or
Komodo dragon.
a dragon.
Yeah,
Komodo
so
dragon.
there are plenty of videos of Komodo dragons eating goats while they are alive, and once they're in the stomach, you can hear the goat's noise go to that of pain. If you listen long enough, you'll hear where
What's the argument that like listening to some animal scream is indicative of them having pain? Or
Wait,
suffering?
for what other reason would they scream? Are they
It could just be
having
an
fun?
instinctual reaction. They're not actually suffering.
Wait, really quick. Let me jump in really quick. But I was talking with a Christian. I'm not going to disclose their identity about this very topic, right? And like I made the same argument. Like if you watch Animal Planet, you can see like a lion chewing on a gazelle, right? And they're making these noises that are clearly signifying like some kind of pain or agony. They're calling out to their herd. They're trying to escape. And like the Christian made the argument that like these are just instinctual reactions to like what's happening, or like the animal is not registering pain, or like this is not them suffering. But then I then like tried to like talk about dogs, right? If you were to hit your dog 10 days in a row, by the 11th day, whenever you raise your hand, your dog would flinch. So clearly the animal is registering that like pain and like suffering and like trying to avoid that pain.
No, we're not talking about any pain. We're talking about pain in a scenario where they're going to die for sure.
But even with that, right? Like, so let's say like a lion is chewing on a gazelle, right? Like, why does the gazelle suffer until it dies? Like, why not have like
That's the question. That's the question that we're trying to ascertain, right? Because it's being asserted that there is this type of unnecessary suffering, and by unnecessary, what's being understood here is like some pain as the animal is dying. But that's just an assertion without any justification, right? We're asking, well, how do you know that in the moment that, let's say, the whale swallows up the seal, that God is not intervening to remove any kind of suffering that that animal is having?
Interesting.
So you want us to put a seal translator in a whale's belly to understand the seal saying, God help me, why does this hurt?
Saying that there's no justification for this arbitrary line that you're drawing in terms of unnecessary suffering, right?
The thing is, you have crossed the arbitrary line of drowning in acid does not hurt. Yes or no?
That's not
That's
part of the
argument.
consideration.
So
No, it's a matter of y'all are saying, "Oh, where's your empirical evidence that drowning in acid hurts?"
His point is
Yes
that
or no?
you've drawn an arbitrary line on what's necessary and what's unnecessary. That's what he's pointing out. It has nothing to do with the fact of whether they might feel pain or not. You're not giving any justification that this is unnecessary. You're just drawing an arbitrary line.
So
Wait,
are
what do you
you
mean that
saying
I'm
it's
giving that this
necessary?
isn't unnecessary? What, do you know what unnecessary means, Wit?
Why do you keep saying my name like that?
What?
But your
Just
position
say my
becomes
name
untenable,
normally.
right?
It's
Because
fine.
you mentioned that God creates some kind of mechanism to which this animal ceases any like response to stimuli, be it pain or anything else in the moment of death, right? So, like, why would we then stop clubbing baby seals for fur, right? If we had this knowledge, right, that seals at the moment of their cease of function, right, or whether cease of function was inevitable, like, and we knew that their pain receptors shut off, would we not have a greater justification for culling their numbers for fur?
Wait. What?
Because
Sorry,
it wouldn't be
I
unnecessary,
was closing
right?
the door. I was closing the door, so I didn't hear what you were saying. Can you say it
See,
again, please?
like you said, you mentioned some kind of mechanism in which like pain would cease when cease of function, right? Is inevitable, right? So what moral considerations would I have to take to make clubbing baby seals unjustified if I had access to that knowledge?
Oh yeah, because it could be the case that by them making their noises or showing signs of fear and stuff, which are
No.
again
You
parts of pain.
you said that there's a mechanism now.
Yeah,
God
I'm showing you
created.
why
We're
that's.
going to
I'm
presuppose.
showing you why it's still
Sorry,
necessary
sorry,
at that point.
sorry,
Yeah,
sorry.
I'm showing you why it's still necessary.
Sorry.
Wait,
Right?
one at a time, guys.
We're going
Keep
to
it controlled.
presuppose that this mechanism that you referenced, right, that God could create, exists,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
When cease
It's
of function is
unnecessary
inevitable, when cease of function is inevitable, according to this hypothetical that you posited,
Yep,
right?
yep.
Where would you derive moral consideration towards like clubbing these baby seals instead of
Yeah, I was about to answer that before you
digesting them if this mechanism existed?
Yeah, because it could be the case that these sounds, because sounds are also part of pain response, is fear as well. And so when they start making these,
Yeah. You're not tracking. You're not.
I
tracking.
am.
You need to lock
Listen. Hold on. Because when we're clubbing, there's a human mind that is there, that is present. And so the noises that are being made when they're clearly making these noises in the same way that we hear with like other animals when you accidentally, slam or close the door on your dog's tail and it makes this noises and you have an immediate sympathetic and empathetic response. These cries at this time of clubbing could be the case where it changes somebody who's about to club them, and it has they show empathy and sympathy on this seal, and because of these shouts, they stop clubbing them. Right. So at this point, it is still very much necessary for them to still do this because they could impact the mind of a person who is about to do this clubbing. But within the well, inside of the well, there is no amount of shouting, crying. No amount of this is going to cause the well to regurgitate them out.
Thanks for not answering the question.
I did answer the question.
No, you literally did not listen to a single word I said and just like ran with your own obfuscation, right?
Oh yeah, if you're gonna say like the clubbing is already started and like the well is
That's not what I'm saying.
Then what are you saying?
I need you to listen
Make your
to it,
hypothetical
because
more
you
clear.
made
Then.
reference. I'm using your reference, right? You made a reference to God in their omnipotence having the capacity to create some kind of mechanism in which, when death is unavoidable, pain ceases to exist, right? And I'm granting that, right? We're gonna assume that this mechanism exists and is true, right? So that this problem with unnecessary suffering that you have is no longer an issue. Now, my issue is, what moral considerations would I then have to consider, right, in the clubbing of a baby seal for their fur if I had access to that knowledge? If I knew this mechanism existed, this mechanism that you've contrived, mind you, right? You've brought this into the conversation.
Yep.
This omnipotent being could create, a mechanism in which pain ceases when cease of function is inevitable, right? And I'm saying, okay, let's imagine that happened. And then when I give you that proposition, you go, well, they make sounds. They wouldn't under your view, under this.
Let me ask a clarifying question under your hypothetical. At what point in your hypothetical would the pain shut off?
That's what I have to know. I'm not willing to make that arbitrary.
Well, your hypothetical.
Assignment. I'm just assuming that this mechanism that you contrived exists.
Yeah. So you
where
need to
is
give me
this
a better
arbitrary line?
hypothetical, like
Right?
because again, if it is the case that they get a
there an
shout up
additional
until like the
mechanism?
final blow, is it the first blow? At what point does your hypothetical kick
Yeah,
in?
that's begging the question, my guy. That has nothing to do
No,
with what
I'm
I asked
asking.
you.
That's not begging the question.
It
I'm
is.
clarifying.
And we're pointing out how
when
arbitrary and silly
when
your
the
position
pain,
is.
when it becomes unnecessary suffering. I need to know that. In
Yeah,
your
when is
paragraph
that?
in order to answer.
When is that? I don't know. I have no idea. You're the one who's making the claims that this suffering is unnecessary. You're the one who brought up this
Well, no, because
this
under
hypothetical
your
system
circumstances, they are
that
capable of escaping.
If cease of, I'm sorry that if cease of function is inevitable, that God could create some mechanism in which your pain receptors, right, stop working. So when is it like some sense of awareness?
In my
Like, how does the
hypothetical that I
mechanism work?
gave, in the hypothetical that I gave the parameters in which it becomes inevitable. I gave those parameters, right? Because those parameters are important into which the pain stops. Now, if you're trying to say that, like, let's say it stops immediately as soon as a human touches it. Let's just say in your hypothetical, that's when it stops because there's no way the seal is going to escape. Like, let's just say that there.
So that's
right?
the causal condition, right? Immediacy.
No, that's not. I'm trying to understand your hypothetical. You made a nonsensical hypothetical, and you're not willing to answer the same parameters that I was willing to give in mine.
I don't want
Oh, you're cutting out, Jen.
I don't want to sound stupid or anything, but I'm kind of lost in the dialectic. But I'm letting you guys go at it.
Yeah. So what I need is all he's saying is.
Oh, you're breaking up, Jim.
I'm gonna keep smoking.
Yo, I need a smoke. Like I need something. Wait, that's such a good idea right now.
You're breaking up. You sound like a robot.
You're still breaking up, Jen. You might have to drop.
All right. We past the problem of evil discussion?
No, they're still on it.
We're still talking about it.
Fucking
Problem
on
evil's
it. They'll
position.
forever be on it. Forever.
I feel like they're like quick commercial break, but I feel like there's this like character arc I'm supposed to go on where like I'm genuinely trying to figure out like why God allows evil, and then at some point I'm like bawling my eyes out and like talking to a priest, and he's like, like God loves you, and like like it's just the way that things happen. And somehow along this journey I come to acceptance that like God does love us, and like he allows evil for some good reason. I was
Coco.
I was daydreaming about that the other day, but
Again, we act as if this hasn't been
God
addressed time and time again,
Wait,
right?
wait.
And the only reason why people don't reject these things is because it's unsatisfactory to them, as if that speaks to what is true and what isn't. Just because I don't like the answer, right? It's not good. So I just, this understanding of evil and why it's brought about, right? And then treating the Bible as if it's some kind of chronological order and some scientific telling us how the world was made. It's pure Reddit. It's pure idiot, right? And just like if you want to come up here and say something, like, well, science contradicts the Bible, right? As if that's some kind of argument, right? As if we haven't heard that like a billion fucking times, right? As if our faith, right, is some scientific claim, because it isn't, right? There's nothing in science that contradicts anything that I have to say. So again, like just rambling and rambling. It's Reddit. That's what's being brought up. Like far smarter atheists can recognize this, but I'm just gonna let it go.
I don't think that God allows evil. Don't get it twisted. God doesn't allow evil. He allows you to make choices.
Oh, we're talking about the natural problem of evil there. Nice.
Bro, just stop.
Yeah, I was about to say. So,
Damn,
you got-
you're so smart. You guys are all
Not
better than
hating,
me.
Wait. No,
I'm far worse than you. And when you recognize that, that'd be a good thing. So, Jim, go ahead.
I wanted to pounce on that bell. Let it go.
Go ahead, Jim.
Who is this guy?
He's nice. Wait,
I'm
no,
out.
wait. Come on. Wait.
Coco.
That's a troll, isn't it?
Wait.
That must be a troll.
He's just trolling.
That
No,
might have
but
been Slurms.
It would have been so interesting.
Herbal, I'm worse than you. I'm the worst of sinners. All right.
It would have been so interesting. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, just Jim. Ah, man. He would have been so entertaining.
That was a troll, bro.
I know. Well, I was going to let it ride for a little bit. Jim, are you there?
What's going on?
Yes, Herbal. I don't know if he's there. Like, I don't even hold to like the necessary, unnecessary distinction, right? All suffering is redeemable. So I have no problem with that.
That is the thing that like effed me
That's my
on
major
the
problem with that.
so
Neat.
so like
I'm sure it has no biblical basis whatsoever, but go ahead, Coco.
But yeah, like that's the thing in the Brody debate, right? So whenever, for context, me and Brody debated over the problem of evil. I lost. I'll take my L. Judges vote and audience vote, and like Brody did a really good job. Like his arguments were really good, and like one of the arguments that hit me that was like really good, right, is that God is painting a picture with our reality, right? And in a picture, you see like, or in a painting, you see these brush strokes of beautiful colors, right? And those are going to represent the beautiful things in our world, like sunlight and stuff. But also with this painting, you see like ugly colors, ugly brush strokes, right? Terrible strokes that you're like, ugh, we don't like that color. And that's like all the bad things. But if you were to take a step back and look at the entire painting, right? The entire painting is beautiful, a masterpiece, like a Van Gogh painting, right? And God is like bringing good things out of like all of the bad things, right? There's this bigger picture that he's trying to paint, and in order to paint
Can you
this
guys
picture,
hear me?
Yes.
All right, perfect. I don't know what the heck was going on. Sorry.
oh yeah, no, you're good. But like in order to paint this picture that he wants, he needs like the bad brush strokes and the good brush strokes, and also like all these bad brush strokes, they're redeemable. They're playing a part in like the bigger overall goal. And I just didn't really have a great rebuttal to that at the time.
I mean, I understand it's an analogy, but how would you calculate a bad brushstroke and a bad color?
So, rape?
What?
But like in
Say that for? Grape is a terrible color.
rape has no point.
You know what I mean? So like stealing, pillaging, grape, tornadoes, volcanoes, bad brush strokes on the painting. But when you take a step back,
I'd agree that
But
grape
like a
is the
thing, you
bad
can't
kind of
have a
stroke.
bad brushstroke unless you argue that it's a mistake.
For sure.
Like, oh shit, I grabbed the wrong color type mistake.
Well, and the question would be though, is this painter perfect? Because that's ultimately the question that we come into with the natural problem of evil, is that God is supposed to be perfect. So as soon as the the painter looks at that and says, "Oh no," or people can look at that and go, "Oh, that's bad." Well, we're no longer a perfect creator. We've lost that then, or a perfect painter. In his case, perfect painter.
I
understand that like the natural problem, which falls under like some evidential problem, isn't like attacking God's perfection, right? It's attacking his triomni powers. And so it's saying like, look, it seems less probable that because it's an inductive argument, right? It's looking at things in the world and it's pointing out to like, you know, data, and then it's trying to make a probabilistic argument that it seems more likely, given this data, that like a being that has triomni powers doesn't exist, right? Because it could be the case that he's like perfect, but he's not like all loving or something.
Oh yeah. If you
all good rather.
No, and you were right with the premises that I gave. If you deny premise 2, 3, or 4, if you deny any one of those, then yeah, God could exist. There entails no contradiction with evil existing. But once you affirm that all 3 of them exist, then there's going to be a contradiction because all 3 of them exist. It's because God either doesn't have the power to eliminate the evil, he doesn't know when it exists, or he just doesn't care about it. It's irrelevant to him. But then the whole idea of sin then has to go out the window as well because he just wouldn't care about it.
Yeah, but if you're saying that there's a contradiction, then you're jumping to the logical problem, not like the evidential problem.
Well, so there's the logical problem is that evil does exist, and then we go inductive when we're showing how it exists, right? So they go.
Oh, so like, let me correct you. So like, the logical problem is a deductive argument, right? And it's saying that there exists some kind of contradiction in the notion of God having these triomni powers and there being evil in the world, and then it tries to like derive that contradiction through the deductive argument. Whereas like the evidential problem of evil is an inductive argument, right? It's not making a claim of contradiction, but it's making a claim of probability.
Yeah, probability. I was gonna say, oh yeah.
Yeah. So when we were on premise 4, I was asked what evil was, and then we got into that part of the argument. So that's why we're in there, because I was just answering the questions.
Like I was like jumping in and out because I was doing some stuff, but like the last tail end of it seemed like they're just what was being argued, right, could be resolved with like some epistemic gap, right? Because and that's what I was trying to point out in terms of like, well, do you have empirics that animals aren't suffering, blah blah blah, right? Because if it's the case that like we don't have any kind of empirics, but we're just kind of making some inference or trying to do some deductive argument. It could be argued that, like, look, maybe it's just like not epistemically available to us that animals are not suffering when they get eaten by a whale, right? It may be like at the moment that the whale opens its mouth to eat the seal, like God intervenes and removes all suffering, and so at that point, like it wouldn't be unnecessary suffering, right? We just don't know that.
Well, the issue that you'd run into is, which I was trying to talk about before, is like we have opened up animals that have had partially digested animals in them while those animals are still alive, and they are clearly still in pain. So we have no reason to believe that when it comes to whales, that this would just magically change with whales. But again, even within these animals, again, like the Komodo dragon, when we have cut up Komodo dragons, and the goat or the animal that they've eaten is still alive inside of them, and they clearly have been partially digested, and they are clearly still in pain. Right, so we do have empirics.
Like, let's just say that, like, for the sake of the argument, right, we concede to this point and say, okay, well, like, animals are suffering, right? So, like, what does that prove, right? Because it doesn't seem as if though that would make it less probable, right? Maybe it's the case that God only is understood as being all good in the sense that, like, he wants to prevent suffering with humans. He doesn't really like animals are just not the type of creatures that he puts his attention in terms of like suffering.
Well, the issue that you're going to run into this again goes to like what the Bible says as far as like animals are predators and prey are going to lay down together. Like we have clear reasons to believe that God would not want this suffering through the scripture.
Can I just clarify?
Couldn't that just be like still kind of focused on humans and the fact that like these animals like the lion and the sheep are just a way of just either some type of flowery language to show that like, hey, look, there's just going to be peace, right? Or it could just be the fact that look, for the sake of humanity, we're making these things stop. Now, I don't think it's indicative of like showing, stopping of suffering of animals.
Well, what if a human got eaten by a Komodo dragon? Is the human going to suddenly stop feeling the suffering?
Yeah, but I think the argument that was being made in unnecessary suffering was that specific to animals, right?
Huh? Well, the natural problem with evil is banger, but it would still be the case, though. Like, if you're going to try to shift it, which is fine, to say that, well, the unnecessary suffering doesn't happen to, say, humans. Well, it is the case that if I got eaten by a Komodo dragon and it's capable of eating me because it eats freaking goats in one like freaking gulp, that I'm going to suffer within its belly. So we still run into the same problem of evil with suffering.
Yeah, but then like there are arguments on the theistic side that say, well, why is that unnecessary? Maybe that experience is necessary because it's a device that God is using in order to either soul build or kind of like give us some information that we need for the afterlife.
Do animals not go to Yeah, but why couldn't he just give us that experience without the suffering?
I mean, it wouldn't be the experience. Like you have to go through the experience to have the experience, right?
So in order to
how can I give you knowledge of what it's like to swim in the ocean when you've never swam in the ocean?
Well, so the question would be though, is like, is this knowledge, is it necessary or is it not necessary? Because it'd be the case that if it was necessary, then we would all need to go through it.
Well, it's going to be necessary insofar as particular creatures, if one is holding to this notion that, like, look, God is kind of overseeing everything and he knows what each creature needs. There are going to be creatures or humans, right, that may need to go through this pain. It's necessary for them to go through it, while others don't.
You don't want that argument. You don't want that argument. Because if you're saying that these are necessary for humans, that is saying that it could be no other way, because that's what necessary means. That means that the fall of Adam and Eve was necessary, thus means it had to happen. It could have been no other way, which is giving up on free will then.
Yeah, I'm not even introducing the fall of Adam and Eve. I'm talking about the suffering, right? Because that's what's being...
Yeah, but inherently the fall of Adam is going to become part of that, if you're going to say that it's necessary.
Why?
Because necessary means it can't be any other way. It can't be any other way, which means that person had to go...
Like, that's the question. Why does that negate... or why does that necessarily entail that Adam and Eve had to fall?
Because if this person necessarily needed to go through this same being digested by a Komodo dragon, for example, that means that that person had to be in a place where it's going to be, and let's not say Komodo dragon, say any animal. It means that God had to set that person on a path because it's necessary that they had to have ended up alive in the belly of some animal. And then if we just follow that back, that would only have occurred under the Christian worldview if Adam and Eve fell, which means that God, that it wasn't just a test at all, that God's just been gaslighting us this whole time, and that Adam and Eve had no choice, and it was necessary for them to eat of the fruit.
I don't think that follows, right? Necessarily follows, right? No pun intended. But I don't think that follows, right? What I'm trying to express is that, like, given the choices that certain creatures make, there are going to be experiences that they need to go through in order to, I guess, have them go through particular experiences or knowledge, right, or gain particular knowledge that only those particular creatures who are making those choices need, right? So, like, for example, look, if you have the choice to, like, I don't know, hit your hand with a hammer or not, right? If you don't hit your hand with a hammer, then it's not necessary for me to take you to the hospital. But if you do hit your hand with a hammer, then it may be necessary for me to take you to the hospital, right? So these are kind of like two different options based on free will choices that you make.
Yeah, but the issue that you're running into is that you are saying, because again, the argument is the suffering necessary or unnecessary, right? And you're stating that, like, maybe for this person who's going to be eaten by this, end up in the belly of some animal, that was necessary for their soul development or something that they needed. Thus, it becomes necessary. If that's not what you're saying, if they didn't need to go through that, if it could have been like the case with your hammer, where maybe they decided not to go out into the woods or out into the ocean that day, and they did not end up in the belly, then your thing would just fall under still unnecessary suffering. Thus, it'd be horrible. God should turn off that pain receptor.
He's just saying the act could serve a total good. That's all he's saying. He's saying the act could serve some ultimate good that makes the act necessary and no longer evil.
Well, no, but once an animal, so we went over that earlier. The issue is that, like, once an animal is inside of, say, like a seal, the initial argument was a baby seal is inside of a whale's belly. That seal is not getting out, and at the point that it is inside that whale's belly, there's no, like, evolutionary progress that's going to be made, because that seal's not going to reproduce. It's going to be unalived in there, and it's suffering while it's in the whale's belly. So there's no, like, benefit for it to continue suffering at all. It could be the case where God, being all powerful, could have created a mechanism in which the suffering, at the moment it can't escape, is shut off, so there's no longer unnecessary suffering.
That's a different theodicy. I think what Jim is talking about...
That's what our theodicy has been the whole time, sir.
No, I think, Jim, am I wrong that you're talking about skeptical theism? That sounds like soul building that he's talking about there.
Yeah, like, well, under the animal, I was giving, like, a skeptical theist view, right? Because it's like the fact that we have that epistemic gap, we just don't know. But I think now he's saying, well, in the case of humans, we kind of do know that, right? Because we do know what humans experience. And so I'm trying to give, like, some type of soul building theodicy that maybe that suffering that humans feel, right, isn't unnecessary. Like, give them the choices that they make, like the free will. The consequences of those are going to be necessary to build their souls in a particular way.
The consequence of the humans, right?
It's not the animals, right?
The animals, you're giving a skeptical theism response. Am I tracking all that? Yeah, so Cyber, what's being said here with the animals is that this suffering the animals have to go through could serve some greater purpose. It doesn't necessarily have to apply individually to the animal that's suffering. It could apply overall to some, like, net consequence that's better when the animal suffers.
Yeah, but he would just have to show why it's necessary and why the consequence of the animal, like, for example, being digested, can still be gained with the animal not suffering. Like, I'm not arguing the animal. I'm not arguing, for example, I'm not arguing the animal being eaten. That's not the argument. The argument is the pain and suffering that the animal goes through.
Yeah, it's not.
The wells is being digested while it's alive.
It's not his job to show that if you're running the LPOE. It's your job to show that that can't be the case.
No, I'm running the naturalistic problem of evil.
Well,
where the fact that this naturalistic suffering does exist shows that God's not all loving.
Yeah, you're saying there's a contradiction with the attributes that God has and the suffering that occurs.
Yes.
That's the LPOE.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not up to him to show why the suffering exists. It's just up to him to show that it's not a contradiction. And if there's some possible alternative why the suffering would exist, it's no longer contradictory. So
no, he'd have to show why the suffering is necessary. Because my argument is with unnecessary suffering.
You're just wrong on that. He does not have to show that. You're the one running the argument.
Yeah, and the argument is that if God is maybe you haven't heard the syllogism because they agreed to all the premises of the syllogism, but premise 4 was God is morally perfect, then God has a desire to eliminate evil. When they asked me what my definition of evil was, I said causing unnecessary suffering. And it appears to me that when an animal suffers inside of an animal's belly, when it doesn't need to, that is unnecessary. It could be the case where God, being all-powerful, could just turn that off. Thus, the suffering is unnecessary. Thus, it fits within my definition of unnecessary evil. Yes, that's just contradiction.
No, if you're saying it's unnecessary, he's giving you an alternative where it wouldn't be unnecessary.
So how does a seal in a whale's belly that has no impact on humans, how does that do soul building for the human?
He's giving he's not talking about soul building. He's talking about skeptical theism. Do you know what skeptical theism is?
Yeah, but I'm not sure what you're adding to the conversation here.
I'm trying to help clear up the confusion. Yeah, do you know what skeptical theism is?
Yeah, it's a position that asserts that we should be skeptical of our ability to fully understand and judge reasons for why God allows or causes evil. Yes, I'm aware.
Okay, great. So he's saying that this evil act you're referring to could have some morally necessary reason why it occurs. Soul building is saying there's some kind of reason why the human goes through some sort of trial or tribulation or whatever, or some kind of act of evil. Those are two different theodicies. So the skeptical theism response is what he's giving for the animals. He's saying there could be some morally good purpose that outweighs the bad. And if you're saying that's not possible, you have to show that. You're the one running the argument.
Wait. Hold on. No, because if he's going to say that it could possibly do it, he just needs to show me how it could possibly do. He does have to show that.
He said that it could serve some morally purpose that outweighs the bad, such as like when we give a child a vaccine.
Hold on. You're running away from the hypothetical, right?
No,
That's
I'm not
the
running away.
hypothetical, sir. Sir, the hypothetical is because again, with a vaccination, all things considered, we do know that the good outweighs the bad. The issue is he just needs to provide any argument, right, for why a seal suffering in the well of a belly, how that is going to have any soul building for humans.
He's not talking about soul building.
You literally just said he was, sir.
Okay, I'm done.
He doesn't have an ability to track, sir. It's just what it is.
Look. I was talking about the soul building in the case of human suffering, right? I'm talking about like there could be a greater good when it comes to animal suffering. So like, let's not confuse the two. So like,
correct,
the fact
but
that
if it's
animals
necessary,
suffer.
Would you be
there
willing
could
to present that?
Yeah. Like in the case of the animal suffering, it could be the case that it's being allowed because there's some greater good involved.
So when we're talking about this being necessary, then, like in the case of humans, right? Because that's what we're talking about before Sir came in. If we're going to be talking about it being necessary in the case of humans, then that is going to go into a case because necessary means it can't be any other way. So if it is necessary for like, I know you're talking about soul building because the way you were presenting it before Sir entered is that it was necessary for that individual.
Kind of like how soul building theodicies are understood.
All right. And is this soul building, is it going to be necessary for this person's salvation?
I don't know about that, but I know that.
Or then it's just
as,
unnecessary, like, all in all. It's not necessary.
How do you know that
for
it's
salvation,
unnecessary
not
though?
necessary.
Like all you're pointing to is some type of epistemic gap, right? So it could be that it's underdetermined under both views, right? And if you're doing an internal critique, you're already committing or accepting the fact that God is all knowing. So it would be the case that the facts are known to him or understood to him, just opaque to us.
Yeah, correct. But what I'm saying though is if it is necessary, all things considered, right? If it's necessary, right? Then if you're implying that it's necessary for our salvation, right? Then, and even if it's not, but if it's necessary that that person be eaten by that animal, then
Nothing about that.
hold on, let me finish. If it's necessary, that means that God had to set him on a path for him to be eaten, which then, if you hold this view, then Adam and Eve necessarily had to fall. That had to have been in God's
This is
plan.
not an internal critique.
Like, yeah, like
No, I'm critiquing-
never
I'm
did I
critiquing
say,
his argument,
never did I
Wade.
say, yeah, hold on, never did I say like anything about salvation or anything. All I said that it was necessary for that individual, or maybe for like the greater good, right? Maybe the soul building doesn't.
Isn't the greatest good going to
happen.
heaven? Isn't the greatest good salvation? This is a Christian
No, not
worldview.
always. Wait, why would the greater good be going to salvation? Why is that the greater?
Wait, heaven's not the greatest good a human can achieve?
No, you're making the assertion. I'm asking, like, why is that the case?
That's generally the Christian worldview. If I was to ask almost
it
every
isn't.
Christian, they would say that salvation is the greatest good a human can achieve.
Yeah, no.
Like under Christian theology, right, or understanding, God is good, right? And anything that God does is good. Everything else is just his mercy.
Wait, actually, now I have a question. Isn't he right? Like, salvation is like the greatest thing that a human being can obtain or do.
No, probably a Christian would say that, like, look, salvation is the greatest sign of mercy that God has given onto humanity, right? But like,
But isn't that what we're all
sense of
striving
good
to
are,
do,
what
is
sense
gain
of good are we
salvation?
using here?
I mean, but hold on though. But that's the whole purpose of God sending his son down, is because due to the fall we lost the greatest good, which was salvation. And the redeeming quality is by giving us back access to that greatest good.
Now this is just a confusion on theology, right? Like, what was the purpose of Jesus' sacrifice? Was it salvation? Was it to go to heaven? That wasn't a reason for his sacrifice.
Yeah, it was. What was the purpose of it?
What
was
do you
the
think that
purpose
was
of it?
lost? What do you
Wait,
think, if you're
so-
committing to like the theology, what was lost when Adam and Eve
Yeah, we became
ate
sinners.
from the
We,
fruit
we
itself?
fell because we became sinners. We lost our connection
What
to God.
specifically?
We lost
There
connection
you
to
go.
God.
So you lost the relationship, right?
Yeah.
And so Jesus came in order to restore that relationship. But
Mhm.
none of that, like, it could be the case that, like, throughout your life you have a relationship with God, and God just doesn't decide to give anybody, the mercy to go to heaven. Like, but the what is appreciated from the Christian perspective is not like the reward, right? But the life that you live in connection with God here on
Wait, when
earth.
you mean relationship with God, what do you mean by relationship with God?
See, here it is. You know what, Coco?
Wait,
Can
wait,
I?
I'm not asking you. You're lost on Genesis. What is a relationship with
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and mute you. But
Wait.
again, no, he interrupted. So
You're
I just want to
interrupting
point
a
out. I just
conversation
want
that
to
you're not
point
even a
out.
part
I
of.
would just
Everybody
like to
else has
point
been-
out.
been
I would
listening.
just like to point out.
Just interrupting
I
a
would
conversation.
just like to point out, right before we move forward, that his whole syllogism that he put out, right? He's just saying that's not an internal thing. But I predicted quite well at this point that when you talk about this understanding, because triomni would apply to something like that this is indeed an internal critique.
Wait, you
go
realize
ahead.
that we can use
No, go ahead, Cyber. No, go ahead.
Like, we can use theology and still have it be like an external critique. Like, you're confused on how these
Tim,
work.
fucking help me
what do
out.
what do you think? Yeah, what do you think an external and internal critique are?
Well, hold on. What she's been doing this whole time, you haven't been here. Right?
Answer
So
the
there's a-
question. No, he has. He's
I
down in
will.
the comments.
allow it.
It's important for him to understand
I've been
where I'm
listening.
coming
I've been
from.
listening. I've been listening in chat, right? So I haven't been up here all the time.
Yeah. So an internal critique, right? So an internal critique is when I'm only using the things within the text, but I haven't been doing that. But when I'm doing an external critique, I can compare things to how they seem to things within the text. So every time I dive into the text, she seems to think that I'm somehow turning this into an internal critique.
It
and
is.
I'm not.
That's literally what it is, Jim.
Okay, wait, actually, really quick.
Look, the moment that you are presenting some LPOE or EPOE, these arguments are inherently internal, right? Because what they're saying is that, like, look, given the commitments that you have within your worldview, either A, these are the contradictions that are coming out in your worldview, or B, it seems less probable given the commitments that you have, right? So it's inclusively internal, right? The
No,
whole
it doesn't have
arguments
to
are
be.
internal.
Yes,
It doesn't have to be.
Yeah, then you're not running, evidential or logical problem. You're running something else.
No, what I'm doing, so I give an art. Well, no, because as soon as I bring up things outside of scripture, then it is no longer internal. I gotta rely on.
That's not the case.
solely on
That's not the case.
Not the case.
You could bring in, let's say, like an internal critique and say something like, look, it is the case that, like, I don't know, you guys believe the world was created in 6,000 years or something, right? But there seems to be a contradiction within that view, given this other fact, right? That's still internal, right? You're still kind of like accepting particular premises or a
critiquing
worldview
the
that they have,
worldview.
critiquing that worldview.
Yes, exactly.
Hold on,
so
hold
when
on,
you
hold on,
critique a
hold on, hold on.
worldview,
So
you are
I'm
internally
trying to hold-
critiquing it.
Hold on, I'm trying to hold
An external-
my definition to what Wit seems to think it is. Because when I was doing that earlier, and if you've been listening, when I was doing that earlier, Wit also tried to complain and say, hold on, I thought this was an internal critique. Why are you bringing this stuff up? I thought so. So when I gave my definition just now, I was giving it according to what Wit is under the impression it is. Wit is just
You're
changing. her
internally critiquing my worldview, Cyber, with the LPOE and the EPOE. You say you have these commitments, you hold to these commitments, and here's a seeming contradiction, or here's evidence that it's less likely the case. That's literally what you're doing.
No,
and
no, but
you
no,
and
no, no, no,
Jared
Wit,
and
Wit,
Mateo,
Wit,
hold
Wit.
on, you and
Earlier
Jared,
you were
oh
saying-
my God. You and
Wait,
Jared
wait,
and
let her finish real
Mateo, you and Jared and Mateo jumped all over me as if I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. I do. You were
No,
internally
earlier,
critiquing
Wait,
me.
let her finish. Let her finish.
Earlier, you said, and correct me if I'm wrong.
Bro, just
here.
take the fucking L and stop addressing the
Yeah,
meta.
no
Like,
shit. Just take
stick
the
to
L.
Wait,
argument
no,
or-
stop. Wait, let him finish. Go ahead, Cyber.
Yeah. Because when we mentioned this, and when I initially stated that I was doing the internal critique. That's what I said initially. Jaron and Mateo disagreed. I said I was doing the internal critique, and then you said, no, you're not. Why are you bringing cancer into this? That was your
I
answer.
never fucking,
And you tried to
that
turn
is-
it
Go,
into an
go
external.
get
You tried saying I was doing
the
an
fucking tape,
external
bro.
critique.
I never said that. I know I didn't.
Yeah,
I know I
definitely.
didn't.
Jaren's the one who brought up cancer,
I
and she
definitely didn't fucking say
didn't
that.
say that.
Never came out of my mouth. You're just lying. Just say that you and Jaren and all of them jumped all over me and said, you're an idiot. You don't know what internal critique is. And I do know what an internal critique is, because that's literally what the EPOE and the LPOE is.
That's what I was doing. And then, anyways.
Okay, so now can you just concede? Can you just concede that you were wrong?
We can just move on.
No, or he can just say that, take the fucking L, and just say that you were wrong when you attacked me and said that I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about.
I didn't do that. That was those two.
Okay,
but yeah,
whatever.
if I misunderstood
Whatever.
you, I'll admit that I
Yeah,
misunderstood you. I'm okay with that.
Okay, so now that we understand that your argument is an internal critique, we can move on now.
So if it's an internal critique, then so the purpose, so when you say that we lost our connection with God, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, like the relationship that was established, right? Like if you're holding on to the theology, right, it's going to be that God created humanity to have a relationship with them and to be under his sovereignty, right? And the moment that they decided to move against that, right, they lost that relationship and decided to,
But what's meant by that
be
relationship?
away from his sovereignty.
Well, I just want to know what's meant by that relationship.
Sure, living within God's decree, right? Living the way that God wants you to live.
No, that's not a relationship with God. That's just God giving laws. What's meant by having a relationship with God?
What do you mean?
What's that mean? Because we have God's decree now.
Yeah.
So what
Yeah,
is?
so but are you living by it?
Huh?
Are you accepting? Are you living by that decree? If you're not living under like the way that God wants you to live, and you're not partaking within like the mechanisms that He gave in order to have that relationship with Him, how are you having a relationship?
Well, no, it's not. It's not about that. You're saying that the purpose. So Adam ate of the fruit, and we lost that relationship, right? And then Jesus restored.
That's what the fall is, right? Like,
Yeah.
like look.
So I'm asking, before
in order to
that
make the
fall,
critique,
what was the relationship? Before the fall, what was that relationship?
I mean, we have some indication of it, right? In the fact that like Adam and God were in communion. They spoke, right? They had interaction with each other, right? God was providing this world for him so that they could live. So he was under His sovereignty. Like, this is indicative of what that relationship was.
And we lost God being able to talk with man like directly because of the fall, right?
That's incorrect.
Oh, so that's not the relationship then. Then that's not the relationship that was lost.
So
again, what was
can I just
and then they say this stuff due to the fall?
Yes. Can I just ask?
You shut your pretty mouth, John.
I just wanted to ask a question. So a while back, Cyber, I was sent a message by one of my lackeys all over TikTok that, quote, "You would debate me just to body and embarrass me." I'm curious what argument is going to actually accomplish that.
Oh no.
Just come to derail.
Don't stutter now.
He did come up here just to derail.
I'll allow it. Do it.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just curious what argument would, quote, body and embarrass me.
Oh, we could do the same argument.
Okay, what's the argument?
The problem of evil, bought by blood versus cyber. I can host it. Just say the word.
Well, I've got to debate Cease first. I owe Cease a debate first.
Calm down, Coco. Calm down.
I'm so excited.
You know what? I'll take one up because I know Jaren has no interest in it. I will take up the gospel.
The debate I challenged him to?
Yeah, I'll take you up on that one with the Gospels.
Oh my God.
Okay, so the specific argument that I presented, Jaren, and this is the context in which you quoted, "You would do the debate just to body and embarrass me," had to do with Mark being a Greek play and not being written in the first century. So rather than doing the totality of the Gospels, how about we just set it around Mark?
I got it.
Because I believe that was the exact context that you said,
So I believe that Jaren has a good argument for that. Let's do the whole Gospels, unless you're scared of doing like the whole Gospels.
He said
I would. So no, it doesn't have anything to do with being scared. It's just going into hundreds of years of history rather than focusing on a single topic that we can discuss whether or not it's first century or whether it's later than first century. It's just going to be more productive in the long run rather than asking about, okay, because we can talk about authorship, who authored Mark, and I can defend that it is Mark in priority, which means Mark is the actual author of the gospel. Then we can talk about the dating of it.
Jaren holds the Mark in authority too, or Mark in priority.
So we can talk about all of that within one single gospel rather than spreading out, hey, who are the authors of all four gospels or whatever. I'm not
hard to attack that broad of a topic in a 40-minute debate.
So it would be better to do just a single gospel.
It sounds like he's like, I don't know, John, I don't know why you wouldn't take on the debate, because it sounds like he's taking on more metaphysical commitments. It sounds like he's saying he wants to defend the proposition that all the Gospels are second century. Is that right? Cyber? That's the proposition.
Yeah, I'm willing to take on that.
Yeah. So
John, you would just have to show one of them are second century. So
Yeah,
I mean,
I'd take you up on that one, John.
Cyber, why wouldn't you just take? You think all the Gospels are second century?
Because we know that all of them. We do know that all of them are second century, and it seems to be the case that scholars are tending to shift their
John,
views
take it.
well.
Take it. Wait, hold on.
Oh my God, take that, please.
I have a date for you. Just say yes. I got a date for you.
You can just take on one gospel.
Yeah, all I
show
have
that
to,
with
yeah,
one
under those
All he has to
conditions,
do
I
is
just have
prove
to
one
show
gospel in
Look,
the first century.
But-
Look, how about we commit?
So-
Look, let's do this let's do this Netflix styles. Let's commit to 4 debates, and each debate is going to tackle one gospel.
Yes.
Do it.
John was
Oh, we
I
can
was supposed to do that. I was
Let's
supposed to do that.
start
with
with
Sarah.
Matthew. Let's do that. Let's do that. Let's start with Matthew. We'll just work through.
Wait,
Why
for
would we
it to
start
be-
with? Why would we start with Matthew?
Holy shit!
Oh, just the fuzz.
Oh my god!
I'd rather like chronologically do it.
All right, so we'll prove that Mark is in the 2nd century. Sure.
Oh my god!
Who is laughing?
That's Coco.
Coco, are you good, dude?
Coco's screaming his pants right now because he has 4 good debates lined up.
Wait,
Yeah,
John.
he
I'm
has
gonna,
his
John,
Colosseum and his gladiators.
John, since no one's offered yet, I would like to offer to host these debates.
No! I'm the only person.
I would like to offer to
I
judge
just-
them.
I'm crying. This is so beautiful.
Oh my god.
Wait, Cyber
You need
hasn't
to
agreed
calm
to do it
down.
on Coco's platform, though. Maybe
I'll
Cyber has
debate
his
on
own
Coco's
platform.
platform.
I can't. This is not happening.
All right.
As a matter of fact, I had somebody on, because I stream on YouTube. I had somebody on YouTube. He's like the twitchy theologian or something. He came on my live and wanted to debate me on whether or not Matthew was written in the 1st century or not, and he made a big public post about it on his channel and stuff, and then he messaged me about it, and I was like, yeah, not a problem, but I want to do it. I'm like, we could do it on Mr. Coco's panel. He doesn't have TikTok. I'm like, look, I have a 3rd account that I don't ever use. I can work on it to make sure it has live access, and I will give you access to it whenever you want it, so that way then you can use it to get your followers over and stuff. So we can, probably schedule the date out long enough, and I haven't heard a response back from him.
Yes, give me the details. Just let me know.
Just to clarify, I mean, I know this might sound nitpicky, but Jaron does not hold the Mark in priority. He holds the Marcion priority. It's a little bit different, but he doesn't think Mark was first. He thinks Marcion's Evangelion.
Well, yeah. But I mean, as far as the Gospels as written, though, he holds the Mark in priority.
Everything after Marcion.
As far as the published, not the published, as far as the canon Gospels, yes. So we're talking
okay, yeah.
Oh man, I wonder how we determine that. All right, John, are you fun? Have fun with
Well, I can
this?
show that in like 5 minutes, but I don't
Fuck
know what
you,
everything
sir.
Yo. Okay, so are we doing this?
John, are you ready for it?
What's happening?
Oh, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't edge us, John.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it.
Oh my.
I mean, just so we're clear, like if the proposition is going to be all 4 gospels, and
we're going to do 4 different debates. Each debate is going to be a different gospel. The scope of it is showing that they were written in the 2nd century is going to be my position. Your position is they're written in the 1st.
yeah. So you'll take the affirmative, then.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Cyber's going to win at least one of these debates because one of these debates is a slam dunk easy to prove.
Are you talking about John?
I'm talking about
No,
Luke.
he's talking about cyber. You have to remember, sir.
No, I'm talking about the gospel. John.
No, I'm saying Luke is a slam dunk to prove.
Okay.
Wait, bro. So are you guys doing all 4 all at once or 4 debates?
4 different debates. Each debate
Debates,
is a
man.
different gospel.
Okay.
We might not have that much time because TikTok might get banned on like the 19th of June.
Aren't you on YouTube?
Again?
Oh yeah, true.
Like they're just gonna keep extending it. I don't
Like
think.
Discord and stuff too. We can find a way to get these 2 kids in a voice chat.
Yeah.
Well, you can also. So when I dual stream, I use an app called Video Ninja. It's VDO Ninja. It's free, and you can port people in. So you'll set that up, and then you'll just go do a tiny URL, and you can bring people in to watch. They'll just have to type in the tiny URL, and you can port people in from YouTube.
Okay. Can you guys be ready?
So here's what I'll say. I'll commit to 1 debate off the bat.
Okay.
And if it's a productive debate, then I'll commit to the other 3. If it's not productive, I just don't want to waste my time.
That's
I'll
fair.
allow
That's
it.
fair.
I'll allow it. Okay, so wait, can you guys be ready
no,
by?
I don't accept that. He's got to commit to all 4.
He's got to commit to all 4.
What do you mean? What do you mean by productive here?
We need a metric.
Yeah,
Hey,
I would
John,
say
if you're going to take,
I don't
wait,
think
this is not fair. You
productive. I don't
can't-
think productive means I changed his
Wait,
mind.
you
or
can't
anything.
take the easy gospel if you're not going to take the hard ones. That's not fair.
On God.
Well, okay, I'll commit to 2, and then the other 2, because my time
Cyber
is
gets to
limited.
pick- then
My
Cyber
time
gets
is
to
limited.
pick-
So
then Cyber gets to
I'll
pick
pick
the
I'll
second
pick
one.
Mark because I think it's the easiest, and I'll let Cyber pick whatever other gospel he wants. So I'll commit to 2 debates, and then if those are successful, like actually productive, then I'll commit to the other 2.
Okay. Wait. Can you guys be ready by May 24th?
May 24th. Let's see. Oh,
that's
definitely. It's gonna have to be after May, because May 24th or May 25th, I preach.
Okay. What about June 6th?
Yeah, I can do June 6th.
Okay, that'll be the first debate.
Okay.
Are you good with June, Cyber?
If we do later than that, I mean, everyone's just not going to care anymore. We got to get you 2 kids in the ring.
But I do want to say, since we're talking about it, Just Jim and Shark are going to be the headliner for an event that I'm doing on June 6th. Just Jim versus Shark. They're going to be the main event, and then we're going to have undercards, which is now going to include.
Sorry, what are they debating?
I don't know. I don't
You
think
don't
it is the
know?
main- I'm sorry, Jim. I don't mean to be rude. I don't think it is the main event anymore.
Oh my God.
I've got to.
John is trying to upstage me here. What is this?
This is the
the best thing ever.
way bigger following, and they don't have as much following that overlaps. This is like a way bigger debate.
Coco, do you know what?
You're gonna have like the whole Jaren camp tuning in as well, so it's gonna be a big.
Yeah, my following only exists on live streams. I don't make videos very much anymore. If I do, it's like stupid
Oh, great.
videos.
The Jaren following. That's
Wait,
fucking
is
awesome.
this okay, Cyber?
Coco, do you know what they're debating, or are you just not saying it?
I don't know what they're debating. They haven't chosen the proposition, but they did commit to debating.
Wait, hold on, Cyber. Did you hear the date that they proposed?
Yeah, I'm good with the 6th of June.
Let's go.
Okay, so 6th of June. Which gospel do you want to do first? I don't care. So if we're doing 2 debates, I'm going to choose Mark as defending first century. Second,
I'll go with
successful,
Luke.
then we can do the other 2.
Yeah, I'll go with Luke for the second
That's a
one.
good choice. That's a good choice, Cyber.
Luke.
That's the
Okay.
one.
Okay.
Do we want to?
I can have you guys on June 6th and June 13th for those 2 debates, and then TikTok may or may not get banned. But we can also do it on.
So the beginning of June is good for. Beginning of June is good for me because I don't have camp until the last week. So the beginning of June is good. The rest of May is kind of booked.
When are we in Truth Over Tea debating?
You and Truth Over Tea? I'm not sure that's happening, but I do have you against.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, like
We have the same exact proposition. We have is Luke Act 2nd century.
Yeah, because Truth Over Tea isn't
We're gonna have to
available. He's not available in May, and he's debating Kaysen June 6th.
I'm gonna have to talk to him about us changing the proposition because we don't want to have 2 debates in a couple weeks about is Luke 2nd century. I mean, that's good. No one cares that much about that. We should do. I'm gonna talk to him about doing the resurrection or something.
Okay, maybe I can squeeze you in somewhere, like June.
No, it's fine. No, this is better because it gets more engagement with people that don't normally participate in like this space.
All right.
Okay.
Well, so Coco, text me the details, and we'll do. Are we doing Luke or Mark first? I'll let you choose, Cyber.
Hey,
let's
thanks
let Coco.
Thanks for having me up. I'm gonna drop. I'll talk to you guys in a bit. Bye.
Yeah.
Just Jim, you're the best. You literally got the debate set up.
Let's have Coco surprise us with his choice.
Wait, really?
Okay.
I get to pick
Coco,
the
do you want to hear Luke or Mark first?
Luke or Mark? Luke is the name of a Star Wars character, so Luke.
All right.
Okay. All right. We'll do Luke first.
Well,
All right.
Johnson,
That being said, I'm going to go eat. Looking forward to getting bodied and embarrassed. So I will see y'all June 6th and maybe a little bit before then.
All right. And I do got to go as well.
Okay. Wait. Before you. Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll stick around for like a minute or two.
So it's going to be like, was Luke written in the 1st century or after the 1st century? That's the
Yeah, first or 2nd century. My position is it was written in the 2nd century. His position is written in the 1st century.
well, let them both decide who's taking the affirmative. Maybe Cyber should take the affirmative since that's the one he picked. So maybe the prompt should be, is Luke 2nd century?
Yeah, I'll take the affirmative on the one I selected. He takes the affirmative on the one he selected.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
Okay, and also the format is gonna be 40 minutes, but I'll DM you guys. But it's gonna be like 7 minutes.
You should make it. I'll stay out of it. It's up to you guys. I'm just saying.
No, actually, yeah. Now I want it to be an hour. Okay, but yeah, I'll message you the details. It's gonna be great.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
And real quick, Bought by Blood, are you cool with us taking the affirmative on the ones that we selected? Just because I know he's still in chat.
Oh, this is gonna be lit. I'm on my way to become the best platform on the internet for debates. This is so lit.
Yeah, and hey, if you wanna learn how to be able to also continue streaming on YouTube and porting people over, hit me up and I'll walk you through how to do that.
Okay, actually, that would be awesome because it's hard to get people to switch from platform to platform. But I do multi-stream TikTok and YouTube using Streamlabs.
Okay. I just use OBS and cut Streamlabs out, but yeah, I'll get with you on it though.
Yeah. But cool. I'll see you around. Thank you. You're awesome. This is
Yep.
gonna be great.
Bye.
Okay, so that was fucking awesome. Where do we go now?
There's no way that John. I'm sorry. I know John knows a lot about this topic, but it is so easy to prove that Luke acts is 2nd century that I just feel like anyone that dives into the topic for more than a few hours can easily show that it's 2nd century, and John's going to have trouble defending otherwise, I think.
I feel like
he'll be fine.
You know how like in the NBA, them trading Luka from Dallas to the Los Angeles Lakers was like the worst trade in history. I just think that this was like one of the best, like, okay, wait, maybe not the best, like debate setups that I've done, or the best deals that I've been able to like finalize, but it's up there.
Jason. Hello. What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Hey, I was here first.
Sir, what do you date Luke at?
Like 120s, 130s, somewhere around. Like 120s, 130s, somewhere around there.
Oh, okay.
Shark, where are you at? I'm a fucking genius. I'm kidding. Okay, I'll stop. Anyway.
Live in a black hole.
Hold on. Bought by Blood is a rare sight. This is going to be amazing. He's always busy. I couldn't even get him to be a judge on like any of my debate events.
I don't know. Sir said 120s. That's what he said.
Yeah.
He should be dated around the 60s.
I think, well, okay.
Here's
I
7.
think,
Like,
I think there has to be
You have an
enough
issue with
time.
that?
Yeah, I do. I have a few issues with that, but I think there has to be enough time for the development and circulation of Josephus. So like 120, 130 seems, and by Josephus I mean antiquities. I think 120, 130 seems like a reasonable
sort of window to put it in, somewhere around there.
Yeah, or at least I have here 70 to 80, but
Yeah, so like the mainstream view is like I think it's 80 to 90 is the mainstream view. Or 80 to 95, something like that. But there is a growing trend to date it later, and that's going to be primarily based on whether or not you think it relies on antiquities.
Yeah, I agree. John thought subsets were more probable than they're
God. It amazes me sometimes, like what he thinks, because he knows he knows a lot, but then sometimes it's just like he's just like clearly wrong about something, and it's like you have to like it's like pulling teeth to try to explain it to him.
One day he's gonna look into that, and then he's gonna like kind of understand what we were saying, and then I'm gonna hold it over his head, in a joking way.
But I was just surprised you didn't know that. Like, isn't
I
that
want to
kind
see
of
how
what
intuitive. I'm not gonna go into it with Wit, but I do want to see how intuitive it is. Wit, would you agree that Christianity, and by bare theism, all I mean is a triomni God? Do you think that Christianity is more probable than a triomni God?
Christianity is more probable than a triomni God.
Yeah, like I promise I'm not going to go into like whatever your answer is or anything. I just want to hear what your answer is.
Yeah.
Okay.
what in the world's going on in this?
What is this? I don't. Why are you asking me this question? I want to know.
Well, Kaysen, do you want me to expound, Kaysen, or should we just shut up about it? Or
I probably shouldn't.
why not?
I guess you can. Yeah, I don't care.
Let me ask you this way, and let's see where your intuition pumps go with this one. Okay. Do you think it's more likely a poodle exists or a dog exists?
A poodle exists or a dog exists?
Well, that's a weird way to ask.
I don't understand.
Let's say there's a room, right? Okay. And let's say you don't have any evidence about what's in the room, but you have one person that posits there's a poodle in the room, and one person posits there's a dog in the room.
Okay.
Based on probability alone, who's more likely to be correct?
I mean, I think if you broaden it out, the guy who says there's a dog is more likely to be correct.
Okay. So see, you get it there. Okay. What is the Christian God a subset of all triomni gods?
A subset of all triomni gods?
Yeah, like are there triomni gods? Could there be a triomni God concept that's not the Christian God?
Sure.
Okay. So you would agree that the Christian God is a subset of a triomni God?
I suppose.
That would make the triomni God more likely than the Christian God.
The only like the idea is that like if you have evidence for like a labradoodle existing, you also have evidence for a dog existing, because what it means to be a labradoodle is what it means to be a dog. In the same way, like if you have evidence for Christianity existing, you have evidence for a triomni God, because what it means to be a Christian God is what it means to be a triomni God. That's like the general idea.
That might be a better way of putting it, but yeah, essentially, the evidence for Christianity can exceed the evidence for a triomni God.
I don't know. It seems because like my understanding of like triomni would be, I guess, different than like if you're just saying like in a classical theist sense, I think you have a lot more burden to take on to prove just that than you do Christianity.
We're just saying a God that's all-knowing, all-powerful, and like all-loving or whatever. Or maybe maximally powerful, maximally loving, maximally knowing, whatever. However you want to put it.
Yeah, I mean those attributes obviously apply to Christianity and
Right.
Christ.
So
I'm just trying to.
any God I would posit that had those attributes, that's not the Christian God. Any God I posit, the collection of those gods, one of them being correct has to be a higher probability or equal probability at best with Christianity.
I don't know about that.
Well, it has to be the case because the Christianity just takes up a little bit of Christianity can't take up more probability space than all the triune God concepts. Because Christianity is included in the probability space of the triune God concept.
Right, but I think if it were within the triomni subspace or whatever, and it's Christian God and all other triomni gods, I think it's not on equal footing.
Wait, no, that's not what we're saying.
Okay, all right.
The Christian God could be potentially more likely than all the other gods, but the Christian God can't be more likely than itself plus all the other gods.
Okay.
Does that make sense, the difference there?
Yeah, I think so.
Just like the Labradoodle, it could be more likely than all the other dogs. But it can't be more likely than all the other dogs if you include itself in the set. Because it has to take up, it can't take up more probability space.
Are you just saying that, like, when Kason asked me the question initially, which was what again? The triomni God or the Christian God existing or something?
Yeah, which one do you think is more probable? And you said the Christian God, but that just can't be the case.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think it's. I understand as it's like framed, but like I don't know. It's hard for me to like move out of that mentality, but I guess I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you think we're asking, is the Christian God more likely than all the other triune gods besides itself combined, right? And you could maybe think that's true, right? But you couldn't say that it's more true that the Christian God is more likely than a triune God, because the Christian God would have to be included in the subset of triune gods.
I understand. I think
Okay,
I understand what you're saying.
great. Okay. With that being said, I'm just curious, what is your, like, if you had to put a number on it between like 0 and 100,
Oh my gosh.
what is your confidence that like the Christian God exists?
I hate playing this like confidence.
Just come on, give her a shot. Give her a whirl.
I say I'm like near 100.
Like by near, do you mean like over 99.9%, or like by near, do you mean like over 99%?
I would say over 99.
Okay, how confident are you that you have hands?
100%.
Okay, interesting. How confident are you that a square cannot have 3 sides?
100%.
Yeah.
Trolled.
No, I just feel like I don't know. I feel like the hands thing has to be lower than the square thing.
Why?
Because the square thing is like an analytical truth. Like, it'd be logically impossible for a square to have 3 sides. It wouldn't be logically impossible for you not to have hands. Maybe you're like in some kind of simulation or something.
Well, I mean, I guess if we want to go into solipsism, then I don't know if I know anything at this point. But I just.
Well, I'm not asking if you know. I'm asking how confident you are.
Yeah, I guess maybe 100% is being a little prideful. I don't know. Fuck. I have no idea. Why am I being asked these questions?
Well, I just think it's interesting to assess what people give, because it's interesting how many atheists said that they were 99% sure that a triune God didn't exist. And that kind of shocked me a little bit, because I had a couple that said that. And I even had one that said 99 point, like, and it said they were like 99.9999%. And I'm like, what? That's insane to me for someone to say that. But there are people that say that. But I also think it's equally crazy to say
you're 99.9% that God exists, because how can you be that sure?
Yeah, I'm not really sure that like doubt in itself, at least as I understand it, to be something like doubting that a proposition is true.
Andrew's saying the same thing. He's 99% sure. It's crazy many people are that
Well,
sure,
but
but
that's
they
what
know.
I'm saying is I don't really take doubt to be something. I mean, it is. I'm not saying that like there isn't an understanding of doubt that's like, whether I think something is true or not. But like, I guess, and that's why I have a hard time putting some kind of like percentage on it. Like, I don't think that there's really anything that's been presented to me thus far that shows me that Christ is not God, right? So I'm fairly confident that whatever's presented before me that isn't going to disprove that proposition. But
Actually, really quick, now I have a question. With like every single Christian on this app, right? Like a lot of them are like super confident and they're like, yeah, 100% like God exists. Do you think that some of them are like lying? Do you think every Christian has like some doubt that God might not exist?
I don't think it's 100%. I was asked this question the other day by someone. Who was it? I can't even remember. Asked me like, do I like ever doubt? Right? And like, yeah, I do. Like every time, do I ever doubt Christ? Right? Or whatever.
Wait.
Like, yeah. Like I just have a different conception of it.
How often do you doubt that you have hands, though?
Not very often.
Do you doubt God more often than you doubt if you have hands?
Yes, sadly.
So shouldn't God be lower than 99%?
Yeah, so you're more confident that you have hands, but like not.
Well, if we're
super
just
confident
talking about like Christ being God,
Different
and
types
affirming
of
that
knowledge.
Yeah, if we're talking about Christ being God and like affirming that proposition, I'm pretty confident that that's the case. What I'm talking about in terms of doubt is like relying on Him and those things. Like, yeah, certainly I doubt quite often.
Yeah, so I'll
What do
give
you
an
mean,
argument right
like-
now for why the prior probability of God is 0.99999 and why the likelihood of every single thing that we see is just one given God. I'm willing to argue that.
You said prior probability? Is that what you said?
0.99999.
Coco, can you make me mod for like 5 seconds?
Can you make me mod real quick before you make him mod,
No,
please?
Coco, please. I'm going to make the panel just a little bit better.
I can't, unfortunately. Wit is already a mod.
That's true. I am.
Oh, you bow down to that one again, huh?
Sure did.
Courtney, what did you mean by saying there are two different types of knowledge? What did you mean by that?
Experiential. Like in the way that you can see, touch, and feel your hand. You don't see, touch, and feel God in that same way. It's different.
Oh, sure, yeah.
So I don't know that it's like an accurate comparison. Like it's like bananas to oranges. It's like, yeah, they're both fruit, right? I.e. doubt or no doubt, but they're not the same types of fruit. It's just different way.
Also,
Yeah, but I think you're like, I think we could still compare the level of certainty, even though they're different. Like you might reach the knowledge through different means. I don't know why that would rule out whether or not we could compare how you could be more certain of one over another.
I think people become more certain about things that they can see, they can touch, they can, again, use their senses for, because that's the ground for them. Sorry, y'all, I'm trying to get over this cold. And like if I closed my eyes, I can't see my carpet because I'm like sitting on my floor right now. So I can feel it, right? And I can be confident that it exists and that it's there. But it's different if now all of a sudden, like I open my eyes and now I have a different view of it. It's different when you can utilize your senses versus some sort of like belief in something that you can't see. So like a better example for like God, I think would be,
If you're going to wake up tomorrow, that kind of thing.
sure, yeah, that's a good one. Or like an emotion in a way, but an emotion that doesn't immediately follow a cascade of hormones. So like a feeling of love towards someone, but you feel that dopamine or you feel that vasopressin or whatever because they physically touched your shoulder. But yeah, so I think whether you're going
Yeah.
to wake up, that's probably a good one.
Okay. So
I'd have to
now,
think it through.
Wit. If you
What?
had to put it in a percentage,
64.
What would be the percentage that you would believe that you're gonna wake up tomorrow?
No, I don't know.
I mean, I have a high probability, like,
I mean,
I'm just
I would say I have
conservatively,
like,
I'm going to say 100%.
yeah, I
Say
You
mean,
guys are
conservative.
100% you're gonna
Yeah.
wake up tomorrow?
I
Yeah,
have
and
a
the reason why I say
confidence.
What if you
I,
what if you die?
I'm not even sure if I
Like
have.
50-50, you know?
Well, the reason
No.
why I say that is because I have no ground. Give me a like like if you were to say there's a big giant storm coming through and it's real bad. Like what's the percent, and it's coming right through like your area. What's your percent? I mean, I'm definitely going to go down. I'm going to be like, okay, well, I still think I have a pretty good, statistically speaking, because that's what I'm grounding in. I'm like, okay, so Wednesday, this way, I'm doing all the numbers, right? I'm still going to give myself good chances. So like you have to ground in something. And for me, the axiom is like statistics or what I know to be true with the previous knowledge I have of like what the wind feels like, what that means when they're saying 100-mile-an-hour winds, waves so and so high, right? Do you get how I'm gaining the knowledge to assess the percentage?
Yeah, but it wouldn't be 100%. It would still be less than 100%. Even if you're saying it's a statistically high probability, it wouldn't be 100%.
Yeah, I mean, well, why couldn't it be though? Couldn't you could say like if you were to run the numbers, like if you were like an AI machine and you were to like run the numbers, well, Courtney doesn't actually know that it's really 99.1%, right? But she believes in some sort of faith that it's 100%.
Well, it's not 100% because there's a chance you might not wake up tomorrow. That's why.
I
Well,
would
yeah, I
take
mean,
it that even if Wit died and went to heaven, she still didn't wake up tomorrow. Are we classifying that as like not waking up tomorrow?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
getting the body
Okay.
in. Yeah, I don't know that's sure. That's like saying, could you? I think a better analogy here would be like, could you be wrong? Yeah, I could be wrong. So by necessity, it makes the probability
But
go
even if
down.
you realize, even if you don't wake up tomorrow, that wouldn't change the probability beforehand that you would wake up tomorrow.
Say that again.
Like, let's say you don't wake up tomorrow, like theoretically, that wouldn't change the probability beforehand about whether or not you'd wake up tomorrow. There would still be a probability calculation that could be done.
So you're just saying that like even if you have like a 0 chance, like a 0 confidence in that you're gonna wake up tomorrow, right? And then you don't, like whether you held to 100 or 0, it's not changing.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
if you flip
what
a
I'm
coin-
saying too.
Wait, if I flip a coin, it's like it's slightly more than 50 that'll land on heads. I think it's like 50.4 or something.
Unless
but
there's like this weird time.
it's like a 50% chance it's going to land on heads, right?
Mhm.
50% chance it's going to land on tails. Even if it lands on heads after I flip it, the odds were still 50% before I flipped it. So when I ask how confident you are that you're going to wake up tomorrow, of course you might be wrong on the probability, but I'm just asking like what you think the chances are you won't wake up tomorrow. It can't be 100% because there's a chance you won't.
Okay.
I don't know that you're building that out right. Like, I'm not saying like you're wrong. I'm just saying like, hindsight, you're like this AI and you're capable of seeing like, in the amount of flips, blah, 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 it equals 50. Like, help me understand what you mean.
I know, like I get what he's
I get it too, but
trying
like, I
to
don't
say is
get
that like if there's any sort of chance
any
that
doubt, yeah.
that I don't wake up tomorrow, then it's not 100%.
Yeah, sure. And I get that, but that's my assessment, right? And the reason why I keep going back to this is because my assessment could be wrong. Right? I could say 100% and it's like 0%, right? But my assessment is my confidence is. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's not going to be either of those.
What do you mean?
It's not going to be either 0 or 100%. There's some probability there. There's things that could happen that would cause you not to wake up, and there's things that can happen that will cause you to wake up.
Sure. What I'm saying though is if it is set in stone that I'm not waking up tomorrow, I'm just not equipped to know that. So I'm basing what I know in the probability. Where's the probability grounded?
I want to know,
It's
since you
based
just
in that.
Oh, if you don't like, if okay, so maybe I'm wrong on this, but if you don't believe in probability at all, if you're some kind of like necessitarian, maybe you would be correct.
But you could still
Casey,
believe that stuff, and probability theory is still going to work because you could still, like, probability theory could just be utilized, like, given epistemic uncertainty. You don't need to believe in, like, aleatory uncertainty.
what if you think there's no random though? Like, what if you
You're
think?
still going to think that, I mean, presumably you still think that there's, like, an epistemic gap in, like, us kind of calculating every single thing to figure out what's determinately going to happen, so you'd still be stuck with using probabilities to figure out what's going to happen. It would just be like a tool.
You asked me, like, what is your confidence level that Christ isn't God at this point?
What's my confidence level that Jesus Christ isn't God, or that there's no triumphant God?
I guess either one at this point.
No triumphant God. I think I'm at like 70% maybe.
Mm-hmm.
If we're talking about whether or not Jesus is God, I think I'm probably at like 80%.
Okay.
Wait. Hold on, back up. So you're more confident that Jesus is not God than you are that he is a part of the Trinity?
No. I'm saying I'm less confident. I'm less confident that Jesus is God than I am that a triomni God doesn't exist. And by triomni, I just mean a God with like
All of the
omnipotence.
faculties. Oh, I heard try and I was
omnipotence.
coughing. My bad. I heard try and I
Yeah.
thought try. Okay. Omni.
So what about just like any God whatsoever that's posited?
If by God, do we just mean like a mind that created the universe?
Yeah.
Oh, probably.
Let's say
like,
this. There's a set of possible God models that resemble the Trinity, where there's three persons in one essence, and Christianity is just one particular version of that. So, could you not just say that too, sir?
Yeah. If we're just talking about a mind that created the universe, some agent that created the universe, whatever, probably like low 60s, maybe. I feel like it's kind of hard to know that. I'm not very confident.
I'm going to positively just say 50 probability. That would just be the neutral stance because, you don't have no knowledge thereof or before. So.
Okay. That's interesting. So at least from your perspective, you see that like if people putting percentages on the end. There seems to be some people who at least have a high confidence that God exists and a high confidence that God does not exist, and then some that are more just getting in the middle.
God exists.
I mean, I think as far as it pertains, like if we're just talking about like a proposition being true, I don't think that there's much that could be presented before me to say that Christ is not God. Like I just given the holistic case and everything that I see, I don't think that there's really much that could go.
Well, let me give you a scenario and tell me what it would do to win your confidence. Let's say this guy came along, right? And this guy's like, look, I'm the Messiah and I'm going to be unalived and rise on the third day. And this guy got 12 followers to follow him around. They claimed that they interacted with him after he resurrected. And these followers convinced other people, and then he appeared to 500
I think I've heard this story before.
And then all these people went around willing to die for this belief based on what they saw. Would you be convinced that guy is God?
Like you mean like in modern day, like this is happening?
Yeah. Let's say it happened
Tomorrow, some dude came up to me and did that.
No, not with that alone. I'll tell you no. There's got to be more. And
I don't think that person's God though.
Wait, you know what my genuine question is?
So that's not enough evidence to convince us.
But that's not. But yeah, but remember, we're not making decisions based on just that, right? We're also making decisions of what we previously know. And in light of this, because this is a story of the Bible, right? Wit is going to assess her. Okay, whoa! I just seen this guy, and like he's like this Messiah figure, and he's like doing all these miracles, and yeah, that's cool. Like other prophets do miracles. Okay, we've seen that before. Okay, done. Check. That's at the back of the head. Not doesn't make you God. Okay, but then like he's also doing these other things, and he's saying these other things, and like where do I know this from? And I open up my Torah and I open up my Tanakh and I'm reading it. I'm like, oh God, okay, God does this, and then I start looking. Then I start to put all of the knowledge together, and I start to factor in whether the statistics on whether or not this figure is just a regular everyday Joe Schmo, or if he's God, right? You start to do that. And I think Wit would get there from there, but I don't think just in how you said it. No, I don't think Lung would.
Wait, hold on. I actually kind of want to build onto this. Wait, sir, are you saying that are you saying everything we know right now is everything we know right now, right? And then some guy comes along, 2025, and he's like, I'm God, and I should be the ruler of the world. And then he starts doing crazy miracles and stuff. And then some people in society start following him. And then he gets sentenced to the death penalty, right? And it's broadcasted all over the world. And the death penalty happens. And then this guy resurrects in 3 days. Modern society, 2025. And he appears to 500 people, and a bunch of people are believing him. Would we think that might be Jesus?
Well,
Jesus
I don't know if
wasn't
you would be
Jesus?
convinced. I was specifically trying to get the intuition pump going on Wit that maybe that would give her strong doubts that maybe Jesus wasn't the Messiah if he did the same. If this guy we're kind of conjuring up did the same thing that Jesus is said to have done.
Yeah, I mean, I think that in connection to all other things, right, which is why I'm looking at this holistically, I think if you just take those particulars out, right, divorced of all the other things, then yeah, I mean, if that's just the basis of my belief, then I think you can say, well, look, anybody who does something like that would, then convince you that that person is God. But that's not just the total basis of my belief. So,
and as far as what
I
Coco
will
said,
say,
I'm sorry, Seth, go ahead.
no, that wasn't sorry, that was me, Gilgamesh. I will say that in regards towards
No,
the descriptions that are written in the
sir, as
Bible.
in proper sir, not sir as in
Oh,
his
okay,
name.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
my
Yeah,
bad.
that was confusing. Sorry. In regards towards the descriptions that are in the Bible, the basis of belief wasn't just simply seeing and observing these things that occurred, because we do know that that particular passage where Jesus resurrects, it does touch on empiricism, which we know because the Bible specifically states that even the believers that saw it were not believers. They didn't acknowledge Jesus as God until they were physically able to touch him and put their fingers through his holes. So, lack of better term, his holes, yeah.
So
lack of better term. But yeah, the holes through his hands. So we do know that in order for them to actually acknowledge Jesus as some divine entity, they had to physically experience him. In other words, they had to touch him and actually put their fingers inside of his hands where the holes were to actually acknowledge that, what this guy is claiming to be is actually what he's really claiming to be.
Yeah, in that generation, right?
Yeah, in that generation.
And notice what Jesus says, right? You believe because you have seen. Blessed are those who believe and have not seen. Here's what I think that does for us, is for them, they would need it. There is very clear patterns and motifs of people in that generation when the prophecy is being written down for the future generation to look back on, but that generation doesn't have that prophecy to look back on, so they have no axiom to ground their knowledge in. God does give them some sort of sign. God does say, okay, well, look, touch my hands, feel, see, right? And now you believe because now you've seen this. Right. But there will be future generations that won't get the same knowledge that you have, but they will look back on what was previously stated in the Hebrew Bible and now here. And so they're going to ground in that. And I think that's important because you have to imagine, Isaiah is writing down these prophecies about the suffering servant. And let's just say we all agree that it's Isaiah 53 is about Jesus. Right. Well, as he's writing these things down, these people this is happening for the first time in their lifetime. He was called in the early chapters to be a prophet, and he's not yet a prophet, okay? So he hasn't prophesied anything. They have no reason to believe him at this point. He's a regular Joe. No one knows who he is, okay? So miraculous things happen, so that causes them to be like, okay, maybe there's some authority with you. And then he writes down these things that happens, and then he forecasts long-term things to happen, right? So I think this is important because for us, we don't get the hands. We don't get to see the hands. We get to look back on what was previously stated throughout. And this is why it's so miraculous. From the time of Abraham, Moses, and it goes on down the line, and then Hezekiah, Second Temple. And yet, when they reference back to these passages, it seems as though there's this building upon what was previously stated. And when they look back, they say, this is how you should ground it, right here. And so I don't expect when people say, well, how come I don't get a burning bush moment? Well, Elijah didn't get a burning bush moment. These things were happening for the first time in their lifetime. We get to read about it, but we somehow impose our thoughts into it as if these things were just happening every day, 24/7, all the time. And now God has left us with nothing, right? That's not how it was happening. And so when we look back on the Bible, we say, so this figure, I'm not going to believe a guy who resurrects now, right? Or appears to resurrect, because I don't think he would. But let's say everyone says he resurrected, and he's floating in the sky, and he's like, I'm going to think aliens or something, right? I'm going to think Project Bluebeam. I'm not going to think this is the fulfillment in 2025 of what was written. Why? Because you don't find that in the collection of our book. So each generation has to ground in what they previously experienced, and then looking back on what was previously written down by people thousands of years prior. Does that make sense? Why I don't think it's the same assessment?
Yeah. So it's kind of it already happened with the original Jesus. So if someone came and was doing stuff and claiming to be Jesus, they're kind of too late, sort of. And it's already happened for the first time, documented for the first time.
Well, she's also saying that Jesus fulfilled prophecies, and this 2025 character wouldn't be. There's nothing to ground it in.
Yeah.
Right. Because remember, Doubting Thomas, he's just sitting there. He has nothing to ground in at this moment. Right? It's not like he previously read a passage where Jesus was resurrected, right? And there's this fellow named Jesus who's going to be resurrected. Now there he is, and now he sees it. He doesn't know these things. So now the event has happened. The crucifixion has happened. Hey, touch, look, see. And now he has something to ground in. And so then he goes on and he tells all these other people about it. I've seen it. Now let's go look about it in the text. I've seen it. You have to trust me. I've seen it. I touched it. I felt it. Which is why I think when scholars look back on testimony, they say it's really important that we give weight to that. Because 2025 people were well, we weren't there. Yeah, but think about it. In 300 years, we're going to hope people understand our testimony of 2025.
Well, I think
I
if
hope
I
I didn't
were
run
to
off
put,
Whit.
I'm not sure. Whit usually comes and goes. Yeah, I think if I were to put myself in the shoes of a Christian who has a skeptical mindset, I personally would want something of some form of empiricism to occur in order for me to actually become a full believer, And this is not me speaking from a Christian, because I'm not a Christian, but I'm saying if I were in the shoes of a Christian with a skeptical mindset, to me, I would want the same experience that those witnesses experience in order for me to become a full believer. And that's not something that is invalid. That would be very valid for me to have that mindset, especially when it's relating to a story from thousands of years ago that is passed off as true.
Could I ask you a question?
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Do you feel like there are different, how do I word this? You say you would want some sort of empiricism. Okay.
Yes.
Does that level of empiricism change with the level of threat on the line? Okay, let me give you an example. Let's say, someone's like, hey, how do I say this? God, I like Clubhouse because you don't have to censor yourself. Someone's captured your family and they have them held up in a house, right? and they're gonna like kaboom. I'll just say that. Your level of empiricism to know whether or not, like, and you're like this billionaire, and you're gonna, they want, $10 million. Your level of empiricism is really high because you're like, I need to know, like, proof of life. Send me proof of life. And let's say they just send you like this vague video, and you're like, I don't know when that was taken. That might have been taken like right when you grabbed them, and you've had them in your captivity for 8 hours now. I need a higher level of empiricism. Send me a timestamp. Like, I need a timestamp. I need a marker. I need to know that they are currently still alive. Let me FaceTime them, right? And let me make sure it's going to go up, right? Am I right?
I mean, your skepticism would indeed be warranted in this regard, but the problem is that whenever there's a situation that is relating to your family and threat of harming your family, it's something that you would take at face value, right? Because it's a legitimate threat that's being posed at the moment. You don't know for certain if it's true or not, but you're of course going to have to take it at face value because it's like, well, I haven't seen my family in 1 or 2 days, so I can conclude that my family probably is involved in some sort of kidnapping, or they're probably setting this up themselves. But you're not gonna automatically say that, hey, maybe my family's setting this up. No, I mean, it depends on the relationship you have with your family too. But
No.
at the
What
same
I
time,
mean, I'll explain why I'm saying, like, when the stakes are higher, people want more level of empiricism. They want more ground. They want more concrete evidence, right? Typically, like, if
right?
you're, you get what I mean, or no?
Yeah, I
Okay.
understand what you're saying. Because you want to
So
verify for a fact that it's true that they have your family because you want to see videos of your family right there. But then at the same time, when you're sent that vague video, you question it. So I understand what it is that you're saying, but
yeah,
I think for anyone, at least for any regular person, if we got a video of your family being tied to a chair, even though it was vague, you would be like, holy shit, they have my family. And you wouldn't
yeah,
necessarily think at that very moment, oh, this probably was taken weeks ago. They're probably dead. You
right.
would think
Okay.
they're alive at that very point in time.
Yeah. Okay. Now let me throw a curveball. Let's say, because of AI, and this actually has happened, by the way, they say because of AI, you should have code words, safe words that you develop with your family away from technology, like doorknob or something or whatever, and that AI wouldn't know this, right? And so AI calls people, and it's, Dad, I'm in a frantic. I'm arrested. I need you to send the money to the jailhouse. Please help me. And what it actually is scammers using your kid's AI voice. And so the dad freaks out, and he freaks out, and he sends the money, right? And now his money's been sent to a scammer. So now you have that background knowledge. Okay. And let's say this happened to you previously. What do you do now?
If you had a safe word already,
No safe word. But
okay,
this happened to
because
you
I know you did
previously.
mention that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. This actually did this is documented, by the way. This is a daughter, I believe it was. It might have been a son, I can't remember. It was like a DUI issue. The father ended up sending money, sent it to scammers, and he called the kid, or he hung up and then was like, oh, I need to ask him something. And he tried to call the number back. It didn't go through, so he called his son's cell phone, and his son picked up, hello, daughter or son, I can't remember. And he's like, why are you okay? And he's like, what are you talking about? I'm hanging out with my friends. And it was like that. I can't remember. There was like 1 or 2 stories I've seen about it. But let's say now you have that background knowledge that this previously happened to you 5 years prior, right? It was like a scam, but the scam didn't go through. You picked up on it. Okay. So now you're called. What do? You have this video. What do you do? And I'm going somewhere with this. Trust me, it's going to tie back to religion in a minute.
Yeah, no, I see where you're going with it, but I would personally do the same thing he did. I would call my daughter or my son first to try to verify that it actually was them, considering I'm being called from a number that is not familiar to me. And then I would try to confirm by calling people that are closely with him or related to him to see, hey, have you heard from him recently?
Yeah,
To
in the
try to
first
verify whether
incident
it
or
would
in
be
the
true.
second?
Yeah. Well, I would do it in the first incident just to kind of verify, but that's just personally me. But then again, I
Mhm.
don't know exactly how I would react in that situation because I've never been in that situation.
Well,
So
what I mean,
chances are
okay,
I may.
so you said most people, regardless of their epistemic knowledge, they're just gonna like react. Oh my gosh, someone has my family, and they're gonna freak out. right? But now let's say they're not going to question, they're not going to need as much concrete evidence. But now let's say 5 years prior, AI tried to prank you and get to spam you, and yeah, you figured it out. And now all of a sudden, with that knowledge, you're carrying over into this event. You're like, well, wait a minute, emotions are high. Let me calm them down. Wait, what if this is like not even my family? What if this isn't real? I want to see more concrete evidence. And so as you're going through this, right? The more knowledge, background knowledge you have, the more skepticism you're going to have, right? And you're going to say, I require this, because you're previously working off negative incidences that happen that causes your skepticism, okay? So now you're like, let's say it's legit, it's true, right? Then you want to send the money, right? So as an atheist, my question for you is, you say if you were to be a Christian, that you personally would want to see some sort of like more concrete empiricism. My question is, it's okay, Becky, you're fine. My question is, why? Because no one has your family. There's no immediate threat. The only thing, as you would think, is like, this is like a Pascal's wager here, right? There's nothing other than if you're wrong, there's a threat, i.e. that you would go to hell or whatever you believe about that. But there's no immediate threat for your life here. So what is your desire that you stated you would need if you were to be a Christian? You would need some sort of empiricism.
Okay, so I can give you a like full opinion on that one. So when I say if I were in the shoes of a Christian, it would be more implied that I have a belief. In other words, I would be holding some form of agnostic stance as a Christian, because being an agnostic doesn't invalidate a belief, especially when it involves theism. You can be an agnostic theist and still have a belief in a God. You're just uncertain. But if I were to say, you know, I require more evidence, skeptical wise, you'd just be more further clarifying your belief, even though you already have that belief, but you're not entirely certain, right? In that case, it would be warranted. But when it involves like situations like a hostile situation or something like that, we're comparing something that would be a physical dilemma in comparison to something that would be more of a like supernatural dilemma.
Exactly.
But I think if I was in the position of a Christian, I would still have belief, but I would just be looking for more in order to affirm my belief further, you know?
Yeah, so, but that's different though, because you're skeptic. Why are people skeptic? People are skeptic because either lack of knowledge or too much knowledge about a specific incident. For the reason I walked you through the long, capturing of a family thing is because your emotional reaction is my family's gone. I need to protect them. I need to save them. I have the money to save them. And you don't even think like this could be a scam. You're thinking, I'm just going to do it. Or you don't even think about whether or not your family's already alive. Like you said, I'm just going to jump to it. But now I throw you a curveball. I throw you some epistemic knowledge in there that you didn't previously have. Now I say 5 years prior, AI tried to scam you. It was like a guy in, whatever country, and he tried to scam you with AI. And so now fast forward back to the incident where your family's captured. You now have that knowledge that you're bringing into this situation. So as you bring that knowledge into this situation, you may be like, oh my gosh, my family, oh my gosh, my family. But the next thing you're going to do is go, wait a minute, am I being scammed again? So now you immediately,
that's warranted. Yeah.
Yeah, you immediately become skeptic, whereas previously not having that knowledge, you wouldn't be skeptic. Now, doesn't mean that the same scenario is happening, but there's your skepticism. There's why you would be skeptic, right? And so now I just carry this over into religion. I say, the reason why some people are skeptic and others aren't, it's because either they don't have the same knowledge, they don't have the same experiences. And it's like, so what would it take for you to get there? Because there's no physical threat, none, not at least, especially not in America. There's no physical threat to being a Christian. So like Pascal's wager, like makes sense, right there. And it just literally, there's no physical threat to it. So the only thing is if you're wrong, and there is this God of the Bible, and he does send you to the bad place, right? There's that, but that leans more in the skepticism of not being a Christian. So when I hear people say, yeah, but it's logical to be skeptical, I say, I don't really see why it is. Now, if you're an atheist. Now, if you're saying I'm agnostic, I believe there is a God, but I don't know which God to actually believe in, Now that's a different conversation. And so for all of these reasons, Coco, this is why I think you should return to Christianity. You see what I just did right there?
Wait, what?
Boom!
No, I think in general. So your analogy is great. It was on point with specific topics, but I think the problem here is the fact that this experience that these eyewitness experienced is something that happened, give or take, about 2,000 years ago. But it's not related to you as the individual that is observing these phenomena. Now, if I was the individual that was observing this phenomenon and it happened to me, and I actually got to witness Jesus being crucified, resurrected, and, for lack of a better term, put my fingers through his hole or holes, I would have more clarifying belief. Now, if the same incident happened 5 years later after that point, given, by your same analogy, and someone else arised claiming to be the Son of God, and these same events occurred, then I would actually bring the foreknowledge that I had prior to that incident and be skeptical about the situation, because in my head I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. I've already witnessed the person claiming to be God or the Son of God being crucified and being resurrected. So how is this other person claiming to be able to do the same exact thing? Now we have a more comparable analogy in relations to what we were just talking about.
Yeah. And that's why I'm like wondering with regards to like people that say, no, I'm an atheist. I'm like, okay, cool. Like, I think that's less rational in light of I'm skeptic because I'm an atheist because I'm skeptic. I'm like, it doesn't make sense, bro. I'll be honest. It just doesn't make sense in light of the.
No, that's just a person that's just talking out of their ass.
Yeah.
Atheism in general doesn't have anything to do with skepticism. Skepticism is its own stance on its own. Can atheists be skeptical? Yeah, anybody can. But atheism doesn't it doesn't relate to skepticism at all. The two can go together, but yeah, just saying I'm an atheist because I'm skeptical doesn't make any sense, because there are Christian skeptics as well.
Yeah, right. And that's why I was kind of like trying to address that in that regard. So, like, do you personally identify as like agnostic or?
Yeah, I'm an agnostic atheist.
Gotcha. Okay. What do you assign the probability of the God of the Bible in particular? Well, I'll just say the God of the Bible, whatever you believe that his properties are.
I think probability for the God of the Bible would probably be less so for me. If I'm going from 0 to 100%, higher numbers being less probable, I'll say about maybe 75% chance. Now, if we were talking about some form of theistic God, then the probability would be a lot less. I'm reversing the two. So the less it is, the more likely it is. The higher it is, the less likely it is. So I think with a theistic God, the probability becomes more.
Higher, better,
Yeah.
that he exists or it
Much
exists.
better. Yeah. Because see, with the Christian God, it's specifically attributing labels to one entity. But when it comes to a deistic God, you cannot attribute any labels to an existence of a mind that has always been and will always be. But in Christianity, we already attribute certain labels to that deity, which makes it more humanistic, making it at least probable for me, at least. But
Why do
with
you
a
need?
deistic God,
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
oh
Go
no,
ahead.
it's fine. The issue comes from, like, for example,
Yeah,
when
when
it
you
comes
make it
to
more
Christianity,
humanistic, so now, yeah,
yeah,
I get what you're saying there. Yeah. So why do you
so like when
need?
it comes,
Go ahead.
oh no, it's fine. So when it comes to like the Christian God, from an atheist perspective, right? And I get a lot of people get real uptight about an atheist asking for empirical evidence for the Christian God. This, in regard to the Christian God, is justifiable because the Bible does say that God has a direct influence on the physical world. He has interacted with the physical world. So you can ask for empirical evidence in this regard. But when someone mentions a deist God, asking for empirical evidence for that is not warranted because the deistic God would be completely metaphysical with no basis on reality whatsoever.
Yeah. So, I like where you went there. So, why do you think, in like, because you mentioned you appeal to the Bible, right? Because we do have like examples of God interacting directly with the Bible, with people or whatever, via angels, prophets, etc. in the Bible. Why do you think that that necessitates that it should be the same for you?
For empirical evidence,
Yeah, like why, for example, like if there was something in the Bible, like I would think like if it said something like, and I will show like my powers to all people at some point in their life, like I think you would be right to be skeptical because like it says there, right, from what you know about the religion.
right?
But you're gleaning from the situation with Elijah, or like, well, he called him fire. And you're like, Moses, he parts the waters, Noah with a flood. Like, I want all of those. And I feel like I already addressed this a little bit. Like when people say, I want a burning bush moment. Well, you don't get a burning bush moment because Elijah didn't get a burning bush moment. And Moses didn't get the Noah's flood moment. And you know, Abraham wasn't the first to be created, right? So each,
No, of course not.
so how then, when you say it's more warranted, under what category would you say that it's more warranted? Just because you read this and you say, oh, this happens, so therefore its probability is high that it should happen to you? Like, where are you grounding that at?
Also,
I think,
after you answer, I'd also probably like to answer that too.
yeah.
Okay.
So I think in relation to like the Bible, it further clarifies Jesus himself, as a matter of fact, further clarifies the atheist point in being skeptical and empirical. I can't remember his exact word for word, but Jesus says, even though you see me, you lack, you know, you what is the word that he says? Even though you've seen me, you lack belief in
This is
me, but
blessed are those who, with Thomas.
no, it's more
Oh.
like after he resurrected, where he says, you know, that, you know, you've seen me, but yet you've lacked belief that I was who I said I was until you've actually observed me come back and you've actually seen me with the holes in my hands. Something
Yeah,
along
that's
those lines.
Thomas. That's doubting Thomas.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
that's the
So
guy who
even
sticks his hands in the wounds of Jesus. And he says, you know,
yeah,
touch, and he does. And he says, you believe because you have seen, like, and touched.
yes,
Blessed are
yes,
those who believe and have not seen.
yeah. So even in that situation, Jesus himself like confirms that, you know, you've seen because you believe. But even though Jesus does say, blessed are those who have believed but haven't seen, it still gives that basis that some people do need evidence in order to believe.
Oh, sure, but that wasn't my question. My question is, why do you feel like you have to be one of those people, right? You're basic, like, if you were to, Coco wanted to answer too. So, like, why would you say it's warranted because I've seen it in the Bible? Do you hold that same epistemological belief about other things in life? Well, I've
Oh,
seen
yeah.
this one
Okay.
lady I've seen this one person, you know, do this. They mistakenly like drove off the road and ramped up and like they survived. Like, so it should happen to me too if I ramp and I, you know, like, so
Right.
do you carry
Yeah.
that same over to other areas of life?
Okay, I understand your question now, but yes, I do. I carry that with not just Christianity, I carry that with any form of religion and their beliefs as well. To me, something that is supernatural is not something that is verifiable, it is unfalsifiable. Even though there are people who give personal testimonies and anecdotes, I acknowledge those testimonies and personal anecdotes as valid, but subjectively valid. You know, I'm not going to say you didn't experience nothing. It's false. To you, that is true. But to me, someone experienced nothing. It's false. To you, that is true. But to me, someone who bases his life on reasoning and something that would be tangible or empirical, I need to be able to observe those phenomenons happening before I'm capable of becoming a believer. So for my position, and this isn't the position for everybody, if you're gonna tell me that this God is true and that these events did occur, I need at least some form of evidence to prove that this is the case.
Right, but that to you is like, again, everyone else's experience, right? The burning
Right.
bush, the ramping of the car. How come, like, if you ever get into a wreck, like, God let it not be so, by the way. But if that's the case, like you said, well, how come it was the same way as that other lady, but like I didn't, like my car got more beat up than hers, right? Right. So are you going to say that with everything in life? Like, well, I've seen that one guy, he was just as smart as me and he got a raise, but I didn't. Like, do you just necessitate that on every aspect of life, or are you only skeptical because you've not seen or experienced in religion?
I'm mainly just skeptical towards, well, I am skeptical to a lot of things. There's different criterias, but I hold skepticism towards supernatural claims. And that's
Okay.
primarily that's primarily what I'm skeptical towards, but I hold skepticism towards everything, conspiracy theories, pseudoscience, things of that nature I'm skeptical on. Because again, some things can be backed verifiably with science. So if the science is saying the opposite of what they're saying, I'm gonna abide by science because there's evidence to support it. But if someone says that this happened and it hasn't been confirmed by science yet, and science cannot, for example, I'm not going to tell you that there was nothing before the Big Bang. I'm going to tell you the exact opposite. I'm going to side with the Christians in this one. I don't know what happened before the Big Bang, but obviously there was something. I'm not skeptical of that because I acknowledge there is no evidence to support that claim. So I can't be skeptical towards saying that there's nothing there. There was never nothing. No, there was something. What that something is, I don't know. Could it have been God? Sure, it could have.
Mhm.
Could it have been something else that could have been naturally explained? Possibly. Do we have evidence for it? No, we don't. Am I
Yeah,
going to
so
side with God automatically? No.
I would just wonder, and one final thought before Coco, I would just wonder if there is something like natural that existed before like the Big Bang, as you said, where did that come from? Like where are you grounding? Like, have you ever walked upon something that's natural and it didn't have some source of creation and like for example, like you stumble upon like a like piece of metal on the ground on the road, you're like, well, I know this probably came from a car bumper or something like that. Like, do you the reason why I'm questioning this is because I often question people's depths of how far they've taken the psychology of whether or not they're really thinking about religion in the same way that they think about everything else in life. It's like, okay, if there was something natural, not God, not deity, before the Big Bang, where did that come from? And what in the world that you live in gives you the warrant to say, no, I think because I experienced this thing over here in the world that was this natural thing that was not from another thing, i.e., it just existed, then I could say that there's this natural thing that's before the Big Bang. Like there's nothing. I know of literally nothing on Earth, big, small, wide or far, that I can think of that doesn't have its origins in another quote created thing, another natural thing. How? Where's the start? Where's the beginning without deity?
Well, before I answer that, I really want to hear Coco's answer towards your previous question because Coco did say they want to answer that
Sorry.
as well. So,
Oh no, you're totally good. I might just have a question instead. But
it's your life.
let's see, what was I gonna ask? Oh, okay, so yeah, you had other people with like burning bushes and like some people were able to like drop their canes on the ground and they would turn into snakes, split the Red Sea, all sorts of stuff. Do you think those people had to well, okay, I asked this question a long time ago, but I forgot what the response was. But like atheists are skeptical today because the Bible is making like a lot of claims and they can't really substantiate a lot of it. But do you think that like these people back in the day that were doing like these amazing things and God was empowering them and God was like in front of them casting out demons and stuff, do you think they had to have less faith than somebody like me has to nowadays, where we're not really given like the burning bush or like pigs being cast out or literal Jesus is in front of us like doing stuff?
Less faith? No, I think they were just as probably. I mean, an example was given in the New Testament, right? They didn't know that the Messiah was going to be crucified. They didn't get it. They didn't understand it. They didn't have that background knowledge of the text. And even after this guy they followed, they loved, and he was crucified, and even after that, they're all gathering around. Like, why the heck are you gathering around? Like, people don't come back to life. Why are we here then? Like, this guy said to come here and be here, and the Holy Spirit's going to come, and all of these. Like, are we crazy? This man is not with us anymore. He has been unalived. Why are we in the room together? We need to go on back to our business, Monday through Friday work week, and going about our business. Why are we here? Something was causing them to be there. Well, that background knowledge was they knew this fellow. They walked with this fellow. They saw what he was doing. But it still, at that point, was not enough to believe, like, he resurrected. He said, wait here, something's going to happen. Okay. And then, poof, he's right there. And he, like, comes in the room. And everybody's like, what the heck is going on? And he's like, touch my wounds, right? And they're staring at him. They've not yet touched him. They're staring at him. They're like, I know with everything in me that you were just unalived. How are you here right now? And why are we here right now? Oh my gosh, this is why we're here right now. Okay, fine. So now I'm less skeptical because I had the background knowledge of the fact that you were here, then you were not here because you were unalived. And now we're here. I don't know why we're here because you're unalived. And remember, why would I do what an unalived man said to do? Because obviously I don't believe that you're going to be unalived, but here I am. And I'm staring at you. And because I'm staring at you, now I will touch your wounds. Do you see how each little bit of knowledge gets you a little closer and less skeptical? And so now that he reaches up and he touches the wounds and he freaks out. He's like, wait, you're real. You're not like a ghost. You're not a manifestation. I'm not hearing things. I'm not seeing things. Because now I use my hands. I touch you. And now I feel you. Okay, you're real. And so, no, I don't think that they had to have less faith. I think they're just as skeptical. But the difference is those moments that, again, like the Isaiah moment before he was a prophet, we know about Isaiah because we read back on it. But the people before Isaiah did not know Isaiah the prophet. So when Isaiah the prophet came on the scene, they're like, yeah, who are you? I don't know you. You might just say you're from God. Like, how do I know that? So it happens throughout generations. We are no different today than they were then.
Okay. Okay, so like, yeah, I get what you're saying. Even with like we don't have access to like any, this could be debated, but like we don't have access to like miracles like they did. They were like walking with literal Jesus, but you would still say that they needed to have the same amount of faith that somebody in 2025 has to have in God.
Yeah. I mean, I think you just have to but dude, Peter walks on water and he's fine as long as he's like looking at Jesus. He steps out and he realizes, oh, I'm walking on water right now. And then he goes right on through. That's it. So it's like the point is even in the moment, he loses sight of Jesus. Like, you're the reason I'm actually capable of walking on this water. And then he just is freaked out that he's actually doing it. He imagine looking down beneath you. You're standing on water, and yet you're not falling through. And you know the depths below you. There's creatures, it's dark, and you're like, oh, how am I doing that? Yeah. And then boom, you go through. Like, yeah, they definitely didn't have like this great amount of faith in such a way that they're just like, they know everything, or this tiny itsy bitsy amount of faith that they knew nothing. They're skeptical for sure. Everyone. And that's what I'm saying. Like, the way that you become not skeptical is that you have to ground that in something. And I think that's different for each person. But what I'd like to get at is, how do we ground in no God, right? All natural, when we don't have any previous knowledge to know that there are things that are created. Like, you don't stumble upon things that are created where you have that background knowledge of like, oh, that came from this. Like babies, we make babies, but we know where they come from. We produce them, right? A baby doesn't pop into existence and we go, that's my grounding for how I'm going to say there's this natural thing that's previous to the Big Bang that causes the generations to come, i.e. the Big Bang, right? Baby here. No, we just know that babies come from other people. And so we know that a tree produces seeds and it drops and that produces another tree, a cycle. There is nothing in this world that we can look at and we can say, it's because of this natural thing that I've experienced in life that I'm going to take that experience and use that as my skepticism to say that I don't believe in deity, that I believe in a big bang or some sort of like primordial like soup of like natural something that caused everything to be in existence. We have nothing like that. But yet when we think about this with religion, so we're not thinking about this in any other way in life. We would never do that in any other way in life. But when we carry it over into religion, we're all of a sudden hyper skeptical. And I get it if you're going to assess like spiritual things, like whether or not like miracles could happen, right? Miracles still happen. People are still skeptical today. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying in regards to a deity creating things versus no deity creating nothing else natural, empiricism is, I think, fallacious because we don't carry that over in every aspect. We just don't. It's just a way to say I'm skeptical and not accept that you haven't thought deeply about the idea of God and to put yourself in the hot seat. That's truly what I think it is.
I think in relation to like what your question was, I can't definitively answer your question, at least not without appealing to ignorance, because if I say something, I'm probably going to pass it off as true when in reality it's not. But let's say, hypothetically speaking, you're walking and a fork hasn't been invented and a fork is lying on the ground. This is what you mean by seeing a piece of metal, right? And then you're saying, how did the world naturally create this? It's almost like, in the sense, if you're looking at the universe, it's kind of like you're comparing the universe to a house, something that was intentionally designed. I'm not going to automatically look at the universe and say it has an intentional designer, because I can see something that has been intentionally designed. If I see a car, I know that someone has designed it. If I see a tree, I know it's been natural, it's a natural process that has happened, and the tree came about because of a natural process. I like to consider the universe in the exact same regard. The universe is a natural process, at least to me. The universe is a natural process. Planets are not living things. Planets may look unique and round, but from my observation, it's no different than looking at a rock, which I know can come about naturally. And we know that planets can come about naturally because of accretion, and accretion would create round objects due to gravity and the implosion of gases and rocks. So we know this forms planets. I would look at the universe like something would be natural, and that something that would arise, that something that would be natural in nature. Now, to a theist, they would see the universe as something that is intentionally designed. They look at a planet and say, there's no way Jupiter can just be perfectly round and have excellent stripes surrounding it. That has to be by design. It's intentional. And then they would look at something that would be natural as something that would be intentionally designed, and then attribute it to a god designing something. But we don't see in the same perspective.
Well,
I
I don't
agree.
think a lot of atheists agree with you. Like, respectfully, I don't think that. I think that most atheists aren't naturalists about the world.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that I was speaking for every atheist. I said for me, my opinion. So
Well, I mean,
that's just a point that I
I understand,
particularly.
right? But if the debate is about theism or atheism, I'm not sure how naturalism or supernaturalism are going to be like important here. Like the theist or atheist could adopt either or.
No, and I'm not saying that at all. I'm just speaking from my perspective, and I did clarify that in the beginning. That from my perspective, I would see planets and think of planets as something that would arise from something natural. So,
Yeah, that's
but
compatible with
from
theism.
yeah, but from my perspective, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but the point that was like to sort of motivate atheism.
No,
He's not an
no.
atheist.
I am an atheist, but I'm not speaking from an atheist
Wait, I thought you
perspective.
said you were agnostic.
Yeah, I'm an agnostic atheist.
I don't know what that
I
means,
don't
but
know what that. Yeah, I mean, I hear it being used, tossed around all the time, but like it.
Well, agnostic atheist is just a form of soft atheism, just like there's
Yeah.
Gnostic atheism.
what is soft
It's still
atheism?
atheism. Soft atheism as an agnostic
You're
atheism is just a
skeptical of
lack
your
of
atheism.
Okay,
yeah.
I asked what agnostic atheism is. You told me soft atheism. I asked what soft atheism is. You told me agnostic atheism.
So soft atheism is basically, by definition, the lack of belief in a God. We don't make positive
That's just
or negative
agnosticism.
universal claims.
An
Yeah,
atheist, at
it's
least
agnosticism, but
academic.
it's still it's still atheism. The
No,
atheism
look,
by definition is the lack of belief in a God.
well,
Agnosticism is just a knowledge claim.
that's like a colloquial definition, right? I don't think it's really useful in these types of spaces because then we lose the ability to differentiate between agnostics and atheists.
Well, agnostic is just a knowledge claim. Atheism is a belief claim.
Yeah,
The two can exist
Wait, wait, wait.
simultaneously.
Wait, but
Wait, what?
wait, what
A
do you mean by
belief
belief in
is,
an yeah.
yeah, that's like with respect to epistemology, saying I don't know and I don't believe are sort of equitable there, depending on like the sort of theory you're taking. But if you just take a traditional JTB account, I'm not even sure there's a like important distinction there, right? Like between agnosticism and
Yeah, a
atheism, how
meaningful
you're using it.
distinction.
Yeah, but I understand what you're talking about in terms of like justified true belief and you know empiricism in a sense. But what I'm saying is that I'm an agnostic atheist, as in it's a knowledge claim of not knowing because I don't have the knowledge, and then atheism as in the lack of belief in a God. The
Yeah,
two
you
can
understand
exist
these aren't
simultaneously.
epistemic positions. Like atheism is not, and like they're not saying I know God does not exist. They're just saying God does not exist.
Well, atheism as a whole has nothing to do with epistemology.
That's why I'm confused on your stance.
I'm not saying that it is. I've
Can
never
we
once
just skip
said
the
that it was.
semantics of entitlement and just go?
Sure. More to the point of what I was saying. What you said, right, about the whole natural objects and how the universe is reducible down to that sort of thing. That's compatible with a theistic view.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it's not. There are theists who actually view it as naturalistic. I'm
Well,
saying
that
from my perspective.
well,
just
what my
so
point and the
just
reason
say
I
what you believe.
well, the point and the reason that I brought this up is just like I don't know who Craig, right? I'm sorry, Craig. Like, yeah, there are theists that believe that, but I don't. I'm asking you about what it is that you believe and how what your epistemological belief is with regards to when you see religion, you become hyper skeptic, right? But you don't have that same skepticism about other things that are quote natural in life that you witness. Because like again, an atheist is going to say, yeah, that's fine. Or I mean, yeah, an atheist will say, yeah, tree bears fruit, seeds, tree, cycle. A theist is going to say the same thing. Yeah. The difference is when we come together, we say, okay, what's the origin of that? A theist, big space, theist will say God. God is the origin of that design. For you, you're going to say there is no intelligent designer. It just happens. And so for me, I'm asking you if you can ground that in what you believe and your experiential knowledge about the world. Do you ever stumble upon, something that just happens like that? Metal just collides together and makes a fork. That is something that's seemingly usable. Not that you know nothing about this thing called forks and you walk across the road and now you see a fork because someone threw it out their window and you think, oh, the natural earth just created that. No, like that's not what I'm saying. Like,
Real
you
quick,
see the point?
what do you mean by something that would be useful?
Yeah, so I just assumed you said fork because of that. Right, you
No,
said a fork. I said a hunk of metal because of car and
Right. Okay, so yeah, as I explained, like I would view the arise of anything that would be explained naturally from a natural process. If I found a piece of metal, my first assumption wouldn't be that it would be created by some designer.
Okay,
I
wait,
do know
stop.
that raw metals.
Yeah, I agree with you. We would say the
Yeah.
same. We would say, yeah, metal begets metal, right? In that regard, if you want to use like, yeah, we know metal comes from metal, gold comes from gold, silver from silver. That's fine. We agree. The difference is if all of a sudden you see a hunk of metal and it's not in its raw form and it's in its design
in some form of shape. Okay.
Correct. You're going to
so-
necessitate, your mind is immediately going to say something created this. It's like
Yes.
straight
Well,
lines
I
in
would-
nature don't really exist, right?
Well, first,
when you see a
I would-
straight line, you
Yeah, like first I would skeptically ask, how could this possibly be made through a naturalistic process? We would go through that to see if it could be possible for that something to be created naturally.
Gilgamesh, a fork?
If it's, sorry?
A fork? Like a metal fork?
Yeah, like if the fork didn't exist, hypothetically speaking,
You're going to go
Yeah.
through you personally would say, Like, let's say you're a tribe in like wherever, and you've never seen this like a phone. Okay, everyone's seen a phone nowadays, but let's say you didn't. You're gonna walk up to it in the Amazon. You're gonna be like looking down at this, straight lines, straight edges. You personally experience nature, and you know that nature abhors a straight line. It's just the way that it is. Anytime we see straight lines on aerial photos, we know that that's human created.
Wait,
Because
but
even if Earth creates something kind of straight, it ends up jagged. It's not a perfect straight line. So you're looking
right,
at
I
this
get
phone
that.
in the Amazon, and you're like, immediately this Earth produced this. That's what you're
Yeah,
thinking?
I'm trying to clarify what it is that you mean, because at first we were talking about a piece of metal that would be shaped into a specific thing that may look like it's intentionally designed that way. But then you said a phone. But
Yeah, but
to me,
remember,
a
you're
phone,
Amazonian. You don't know that a phone is like this hyper technology.
yeah.
You just see a square box.
Okay,
Like,
so if I'm Amazonian, then I would probably think that it would be something that would be advancedly placed there. In other words, some mind that is capable of creating that. Because a phone,
right.
by design, has operations that can
No,
be
no, no, but you
used.
don't
But
know that, remember? You don't know that. Wipe away that knowledge. I'm trying to get you to think like them. You find a box
okay,
and you're like, you hold this box up. Do you say, the gods gave us this box? Or do you say, the earth gave me
no, of
this
course,
box
I would
fully
say from
formed?
that perspective, without knowledge, I would say and think that the gods would have given us that box. I mean,
Okay.
this is historically verified. The Egyptians thought that the gods gave them the metals from meteorites to create their daggers with. So we know for
Yes.
a fact that this is
Okay,
something that they would
cool.
have done.
Now, going back to your previous statement where you said you actually believe, like you said it doesn't matter, right? Whether the Big Bang and if there was natural things before the Big Bang. Okay. My
Right.
question is, let's say there was natural things, some primordial like soup. Okay.
Hmm.
Who made that? What made that? Because you can't be, you have nothing to ground in, nothing. There's nothing in you, and I'm showing and demonstrating you don't carry the same skepticism over to the rest of your life as you do to religion. Because you have no way to say that this primordial soup, this natural material, just existed. You don't have any way, no axiom to ground that in. Nothing. There's not one single thing in your life that you don't look at and say, this was just like this. You know sands, you know shells break down, that becomes sands because you can see it. You can pick up sand, you can say, oh gosh, this looks like a shell. Oh, it was a shell at once. Everything begets something else because that's what you know. There is not one thing that you can look at on this earth and say, it did not exist. It popped into being. But yet you hold that to be the case to avoid saying deity.
Well, no, it's not. It's not necessarily just to avoid saying deity. It's more of the sense that I can't, because just like you said, we don't have anything to ground that basis on. The same can apply from making a theological assertion that a
I
mind
do have
existed
that though. I
before
have
that.
that. No,
Well, that's what I'm
Gilgamesh, I
saying.
have that.
Yeah,
I have
that's what
that.
I'm
That's how
saying.
I know deity.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You're making the theological assertion that a mind existed and thus created this thing, but I
Because
can't
there's
do that, and
nothing
I
in the
agree.
world otherwise. Oh, you agree?
Well,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, no,
I
I
thought you
agree.
disagree.
No. I agree. I can't make that distinction because I can't say that a mind or something that would be conscious with intentionality would be there before to create these objects. No, I can't say that. So I don't, by definition, have anything to ground this based on a mind that exists prior, which is why I can't say uh, with a definitive doubt that no, there was no mind before that, and I agree with that. What I'm saying is, from my perspective, I would think that it would be something natural, just based on what I know. But could it be a deity? I've agreed. Yes, it could be.
Yeah, okay, but you keep saying it could have been just something natural. Why do you
It, it
say
could it
that?
could have it could have been both. I can't say for the fact it couldn't be something natural, and that it could be something that is a mind or a god, right?
Okay,
Because
but
if I
what
were to
is the
say that,
natural thing that exists that is uncreated?
we don't know, and
So
science
then
has
why
yet
would
to
you
explain
assert?
what that thing.
No, I got that. I understand, but I'm asking you. I don't care about. I want to know how you are your epistemological beliefs about various things such as skepticism of religion, right?
I think
What are
because
you?
if I were to place that there was a deity because of something that we couldn't explain, that would be an illogical stance from my point, because it would touch on the God of the gaps fallacy, and I can't necessarily say that that would be a logical argument to say, because you're dismissing that it could be natural and replacing it with something that could be theologically inserted.
Right. Okay. Let me. Maybe someone else wants to go at this, or if they understand what I'm saying. But like, okay, yeah. Final statement. If you believe that something natural existed and there is no deity, what in your life experience gives you or warrants that belief that something natural just exists outside of the cycle, outside of its origin, right? Meaning babies come from humans. We know that's an origin, yet it's the cycle, it continues. Trees come from trees because of seeds and the fruit, right? That cycle. But you'd never just stumble upon this seed and be like, under the tree right here, where this must just have been, right? Do you understand why I'm finding this difficult to understand how you? Okay.
I understand, but I also feel like you may be
I think what he wants to say.
misrepresenting my point. I'm not saying that there is no deity, and I'm not saying that it's an impossibility for a deity to create the universe. That's not my position at all. I don't disacknowledge the existence of a deity per se. I don't believe that there is one, but that's just my personal belief as an atheist. Now, I'm not going to say for a fact
that's what I'm prying on.
Doesn't exist. Yeah,
but that's
so
what I'm prying on. Not that you could prove it, but why do you believe that there's no deity in light of?
Can I join the discussion, please?
Yeah, please. I just want to hear. Like, I want to know.
So,
yeah.
I don't believe that there is a.
I want to ask this brother: is everything in this world dependent on something?
Is everything on this world dependent on something? I'm not sure what you mean. Could you clarify further on that?
So, for example, let me just give you a simple example. I'm dependent on air. I need to breathe oxygen. Okay? Is everything dependent on something?
Okay, so like plants would be dependent on carbon dioxide, humans and certain organisms would be dependent on oxygen. That kind of what you mean?
Yes. So can you tell me something that is natural that doesn't have dependency? Any example of natural thing that doesn't have dependency?
Well, on the International Space Station, we have mycelium mushroom growth for some reason. Scientists can't explain that.
The dirt doesn't really depend on anything. Dirt is just dirt.
So dirt is dirt. So the composition of dirt doesn't depend on anything?
The composition of dirt?
That's not what you asked. That's not what you asked, though.
You asked if something in the earth or in anywhere on the earth was dependent upon something. Dirt is not dependent on anything. Dirt just grows.
Well, I mean, you have to have nitrates. They have to break down in order to cause more dirt. I mean, that's the reason why we don't have
silica.
Less.
You don't have to.
Soil?
You have different types of dirt, right? You don't have nitrates in your dirt.
Right, but what I'm saying is you have to have your greens and your browns in order to continue. That's what topsoil is, ultimately. It's broken down material.
That's one type
I
of
will I will paraphrase your own question for you. So I'm going to steel man it, right? Can most things on the earth be dependent on something? Yes. Can most things? Yes. No. Everything as a whole? No. I wouldn't say that, because that would just be hasty generalizations.
Explain to me how natural things can be independent.
How natural things can be independent? Because you're biologically adapted to become independent to those things. The reason why we breathe oxygen and we need to eat is because your body has biologically developed to necessitate food. It's an instinct that has been developed for all living organisms.
So when we say deity, what we're basically alluding to in another language.
When you say what now?
I think you got like a message, or sometimes when an alarm goes off, it cuts your mic out.
Is the point here just, is there something?
Okay, but the process that made that happen.
Like what? Being dependent on oxygen and food?
Developed by who?
Wait.
That's interesting.
So I just want to ask you a clarifying question. Being
Developed
dependent
by
on
who,
what?
sir? You,
On
you keep using the
oxygen?
word
Wait, hang
developed.
on.
Because you know the word developed
I didn't say
has
the
to
word
have somebody
developed.
developing it.
Wait. I didn't say the word developed. That was you that inserted that. I'm trying to ask what it
You
is that
said,
we're dependent on. Is it
our organs
oxygen
are
and
developed by who and by what process and what
our organs
information
are developed?
or
Are we having the
intelligence
same discussion?
develops
Because
that.
wait, are we having the same discussion? Because I didn't mention anything
This isn't
regarding
the
organs.
discussion you and I were having. No, definitely not.
Well, you're asking Farah about cause and effect, right? Is that not the crux of what you're actually getting at? Like, is there something that doesn't have a cause? Is that what you mean? Is that what you mean?
I'm trying to ask what he meant by being dependent on these things. Is it oxygen and food? That was what I originally had brought up. I didn't bring up anything regarding organs or even mentioning develop.
So Farah, do you mean, is there something that is not caused? Or
Yeah,
you seem like you're talking about cause
Yo,
and effect.
yo.
I'm having a network problem.
Go ahead, guys.
Okay.
Farah, would you please expand on that?
Max, really quick while we're waiting for that, I will howl. You said you wanted to say something? Go ahead.
Yes. If you can pull up my picture, I'd like to show you some stuff about the Jesus guy and how he even renounced his faith in Christianity. So if you look at here, this guy evaded his execution on the cross. They just chose someone that looked like him because they needed a freaking martyr. This guy fled to Japan, started studying Hinduism, Buddhism, and Taoism, and started preaching some rhetoric about oneness and matrix type stuff. So if even the Jesus guy renounced his faith, I think that's a very clear reason to not follow Christianity. And when you just look at religion as a whole, because I'm not necessarily an atheist, because I do believe in a God and a goddess, just not one to any known religion here on earth. But yeah, I do believe there is a creator. We see tons of things in our reality that can't be explained in scientific
Hello, can you guys
terms,
hear me?
like paranormal wise and extraterrestrial wise, that I think is just irrefutable evidence of there being life out there and there being some type of existence after life itself.
Is that an AI conversation? Sorry, is that a chat?
Yes, this is an AI conversation, but I did research everything afterwards to make sure it was correct.
I would be more interested in the research than that, to be honest.
Okay, well, if you want to do your research, just Google Shingo Village in Japan, and you can start reading
Right,
the
no.
history.
What sources are you using to verify that beyond the chatbot? What am I looking at exactly?
So I'm having a problem.
You're
with,
just going to go to Google and you're just going to look up all the articles,
place,
interviews
where
with
it is
the
a little bit
lineage
better.
over there that is
Signal is better
alive,
because
taking care of the burial
can't seem
mound,
to hear you guys well.
religious artifacts and literature.
Well, hold on.
Sorry, I can't hear what Howell is saying because Farah's talking.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, but hold on
I
really
hear you
quick.
right now.
Go ahead, Howl.
Yeah, so when you Google it, just look up all the interviews with the
Hello?
lineage over there that's alive taking care of the burial mound, because he had a wife and 3 daughters, apparently. So, yeah.
Isn't this just...
I've heard of this before. This is the whole notion that Jesus actually ran away and lived in Japan and died in Japan and avoided crucifixion and whatnot.
Yes, his lineage is literally alive over there taking care of their property today.
Right, but that's more.
Yeah.
That's more claims. That's just more claims, though.
It's a bare assertion. It's not verified by evidence. Anyone can claim to be the lineage of Jesus, but we can't verify this.
Sure, they're not doing any DNA tests, but you can clearly see, just by looking at them, that they have DNA spliced with someone from Judea.
Well, what do you mean by DNA splice? That's a pretty...
Their facial features, their skin pigmentation isn't like regular people from Japan.
Sure, but the same can be said for a minority of Africans who are actually white in complexion in comparison to being dark.
Okay, but I'm just telling you to look up the historical facts for yourself. You can debate it all you want, but just at least look it up and then read through it and then decide.
okay, so here's the thing. When you say something like, okay, Jesus actually was this guy who fled to Japan, and this is why there's this family that believes this and states this, and then you show up a chatbot with an AI, and even then it says in the first sentence, according to the legend in Shingo Village, which is like, okay, that's just more. It's more claims.
Because
I'm
no
not interested
religious
in more claims,
leaders
am I? I want
acknowledge
more
this as
evidence.
truth. That's why they want to keep some
I
type
don't care. I
of
don't care who acknowledges it as true. I want the evidence for why it is true.
You're not
Yeah,
going to
I
have
mean,
evidence when what's concluded
then,
as
then
evidence is peer-reviewed
okay, so
studies
if
from people with
no,
bias.
no,
Then
no,
I'm
no, no, no,
then I'm
no,
gonna
no, because
dismiss
if
it.
you
I'm gonna dismiss it easily, aren't I? Because there's nothing that I need to believe in that.
You can say the
yeah,
same
if
thing about Christianity itself too. Then
wait, hold on. If you
Exactly,
claim
that's the
there's
point.
wait, if you claim there's peer-reviewed studies, then there is evidence, which is a contradicting statement that you just made. You said there is no evidence, but
you
then
can
you said
have
there's peer-reviewed
peer-reviewed
studies.
studies and it still not be claimed to evidence if they don't have any actual evidence.
Peer-reviewed studies would be based on evidence.
Yeah, but what if those
Peer-reviewed studies
evidences
without that.
aren't proved as evidence? Because you're resorting to some institution like a college or religious institution to verify things.
Well, then
So
those
it
years
just
didn't do
sounds
their fucking job, did they?
Yeah, but they're
and
biased and they get paid off. These aren't unbiased
Hang
parties
on.
doing
Which
peer-reviewed
studies?
studies.
Wait, hold on,
Which
guys. Hold on,
studies
guys.
and which parties are paying them?
Wait,
Like,
hold on,
there's
guys.
more claims.
Go ahead, the fools or Jester.
No, I'm just saying, like, are we really doing this?
What?
Are we really going to entertain this?
I mean,
So here's a
It's interesting to
UFO
play
for
with.
you, the Tic-Tac UFO on Mars. This was captured
Oh
by the
my
NASA
fucking
Mars rover.
god! How dumb are you?
Look, I will say this, right?
This is straight from the NASA website, man.
Wait, hang on. I don't care about any of that. You've made a very self-defeating claim here, right? You stated that there is no evidence, but then you stated that they have peer-reviewed studies, which peer-reviewed studies imply that there is evidence. Now you're saying there is no evidence. That's pretty
The
self-defeating.
peer-reviewed studies don't come to any conclusive result. What do you call that? It's not a freaking result.
Whoa. Peer-reviewed studies come to conclusive results. That's why they're peer-reviewed.
I'm telling you, they didn't. They didn't
So
come
then-
to any conclusive result.
Studies.
You're
What studies
conceding the
then?
original point.
The results
Cite something.
stopped when the family decided they weren't going to do any
Cite
DNA
it.
testing.
Cite the study. Cite the study, please. A lot of claims, but I've not seen any evidence, and this is one of them, right? You're saying the study says this, and like, what study? You haven't listed a name, you haven't given us a DOI, you've not told us an organization. Like, what
And
are you
then-
talking about? Currently,
and
I
then
have no reason to believe anything you say.
Yeah, and then he stated that there is no evidence, and then he stated that it's peer-reviewed, which implies that there is evidence, which is contradictory. But that's also a self-defeating claim. If you say there is no evidence, then why should we acknowledge it?
I understand the impetus to perhaps undermine Christianity, right? But like, I'm not interested in playing an unfair game. I'm not just going to agree with shit that disagrees with Christianity, but uses the same methodology to go about their business. If you're making more claims and you don't give evidence for those claims, for at least something for me to look at, or something for me to spool through, something for me to judge for myself, I'm not really interested, am I? It's like, I could just say, I'm a descendant of Christ, actually, and this is how it really went down. Let me tell you a story about that. It's a long one. And then like, I just don't give you any evidence. And I justify it with things like, well, I look vaguely Jewish, don't I? I look like I'm from Judea. I've got the facial features. I've got the nose or some shit like that. I start dabbling in phrenology. It just doesn't make any sense. And so I'm inclined to dismiss this because there's no evidence that's persuasive.
I mean, an appearance does not dictate a genealogical difference. You know, there are many people from the same region who are they're similarly in genealogical perspectives, but they're still different in appearance. That doesn't prove a point.
The point proving here is that he renounced his freaking faith and he left Judea. They chose a freaking martyr that looked like him. That was it, man.
But this is based on a belief system that was created. We don't know if that actual tomb really belongs to Jesus. That's just a theological assertion.
Agreed.
These are just more claims, though. I'm not inclined to believe you, nor am I inclined to believe that family, nor am I inclined to believe the Christians. All of you are in the same camp right now of making claims that can't be verified.
I
So
don't
why
make
would I
any
believe
claims.
any of you?
I'm just throwing this out there, okay? Because anything can be disproven in the future. So nothing
Well,
can even be.
You made several claims so
That's
far.
science for you, man.
Again, can you cite the study that you're talking about earlier, where you say that
I
it ends
sent
in
you a
conclusive
message with all the studies for it.
Okay, 1 second. Leave the
Well,
live if you want to see that. I'm interested how you sent me a message while staying in the live, actually. That's kind of impressive. Don't know how you did that one, but fair play.
You from the host's picture, and then you go to their profile and hit message.
That's actually smart. 1 second.
Okay.
Well, since we're off this topic now, and Khan is probably going to revise that, let's get back to the topic with Farah, because I wanna expand further on what he meant by something being dependent on these things, because that was very vague. I need more definitional statements on that one.
What is he referring to when he says dependent on things? What is the things he's referring to?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at, because it was very vague. Farah, are you there?
Yeah, and also just take everything I say with a grain of salt. You know, do your own research.
Yeah, brother, man.
I'm
I
chugging
told you
salt with what you
I
said.
make zero claims. Zero claims. I'm just throwing shit out there that I seem to agree with. That's it.
I'm not going to attack you based on what you just said. I'm just saying that, you know, from my perspective, if there's no evidence to verify it, I don't want to acknowledge it, because in this case, I can apply Hitchens' razor, right? What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So I'm not going to necessarily believe that one particular aspect that's true,
Well,
even though
there's
people
religious
claim
documents over there. They're called the Takodashi documents.
Yeah, and I understand that, but I'm not going to acknowledge it unless there's some form of evidence to back that up, you know?
Yeah, I agree that the family over there, they need to do a DNA test to confirm that they actually have Judea lineage, and that would be some type of supportive evidence.
Okay. So, okay, Farah, now that you're back, can you expand further on what you meant by being dependent on something? What dependency are we referencing here? Is it oxygen and food, or what?
Brother, we're talking about everything that is not independent, self-sufficient.
Okay, well, we can't
Dependent
talk
on
about
something.
everything, because
That would be
everything-
mushrooms. Because
Yeah.
mushrooms are surviving right now on the outside of the International Space Station. No soil, nothing.
Yeah,
Scientists can't explain that right now. The only we can get right now is that the fungi evolved in space. That's it.
And how is that mushroom? And how is that mushroom
Farah,
got there?
Farah, we need to narrow it down, because we can't talk about everything being dependent on something, because everything is going to be dependent on something different, and that's just going to be a long list to go through. So if we can narrow it down to one specific topic,
The goal
that
is
would
to
be great.
understand. The goal is to understand that every natural thing has dependencies.
Right, but we can do that by narrowing it down, because if we can explain the dependency of that one specific thing to something natural, then we've already talked about everything else that is dependent on that one
But
specific thing.
I ask you actually a very simple question. Can you tell me any natural thing that isn't dependent on anything?
Any natural thing?
Yeah, any natural. Because we live in a natural world, right? Tell me any
So,
natural thing that is not dependent on another thing.
Yeah, I've just explained. He said mushrooms and I said dirt. Those two are not dependent.
So the mushrooms you're talking about. Let's entertain the guy who is talking about mushrooms. That you say is growing perfectly great in the space.
Yes, on the
Number one,
outside of the International Space Station.
How do they get there in the space?
The theory is that the spores attached onto the rocket, probably from the clothes or something when they were walking into the rocket itself. But I still don't support that. I believe there has to be something else. Something had to be brought onto the space station when they left, when they got out of it, probably doing some work on the ISS, and then that spore got onto it. And the only working theory is that there's forced evolution involved in the spores on the outside of the ISS because of the amount of radiation that hits the outside of the ISS.
And what does a mushroom requires for growth?
It requires soil. It
Almost
requires
nothing.
substrate. It mostly requires wood for most strains of mushrooms. That's why
It's
it's so
almost-
peculiar that it's growing outside in space on metal.
Again,
So
again,
I
I'm
just
asking,
checked into
I'm
it.
asking a very
It doesn't actually seem as incredible as it's being made out to be. They're extremophile forms of fungi that attached in the 1980s to Russian scientists who went to space. And it makes sense that they would survive in the vacuum of space, it seems. They know full well why they're doing it.
The conclusion of how fungi even came to Earth was it surviving on asteroids that hit Earth.
So I didn't talk about
That's an
survival.
interesting one
I talked
because it
about
seems that
dependency.
the basis of all animal life is fungal life, so it doesn't seem to make sense unless you want to believe panspermia outright, which is fine, but like that's a big claim that hasn't been proven yet.
I mean, my personal belief that I have no scientific evidence to claim to is that, the god or goddess creator, if there is one, used evolution as their means of creation.
Hey, that's not a claim, but that actually is a claim. That is a claim, just to be clear.
Also, by the way, guys,
you could argue that as well.
It's not a claim, that's just my belief.
Also, by the way, guys,
I
I do love this conversation, but I do have to go do errands in real life. So I'll probably just take a couple like closing comments, and then I probably do have to go and do some real life
My
stuff.
closing comment would be that humans are a product of advanced evolution from a superior extraterrestrial race for means of slavery on planets and resource extraction. That's my claim, along with a lot of other whistleblowers out there that also believe in aliens that have, walked into congressional hearings on live television.
That's a terrible closing statement.
I think my closing remark is just going to be, you shouldn't believe extraordinary claims without extraordinary evidence. If anyone says some shit that doesn't sound like it makes any goddamn fucking sense, it probably doesn't make any sense because there's no evidence for it. If there's evidence for something, you can at least investigate it. And sometimes the evidence doesn't pan out. But like, if they don't give you any form of evidence to back up what they're saying, you can pretty easily, as Gilgamesh just pointed out, apply Hitchens' razor. Just dismiss that shit. If someone says to you, "There's a dragon under my desk and he can breathe fire,"
just
and
do
they
your
don't
own
show
research,
you anything, you can just ignore it. You can just move
And
on.
make
You don't
sure
have to
it's
do your own
not
research.
biased.
You don't have to do a damn thing. You can just dismiss it. They've given
Or
you
paid
nothing.
off.
It doesn't matter. You can just dismiss that shit. My closing remark. Easy as that.
Yeah, that would probably be my closing remark as well.
Another closing remark, research into the psychic warfare programs of both the United States military, Russia, and China.
So
Stop
let me
smoking crack.
Before I go, let me give you some advice. Right, if you're making the positive claim and you're telling other people to research it, keep in mind what you're doing is a burden of proof shift. You're the
I
one
don't
who
make
bears
any
the
claims.
burden of
I say take everything with a grain of salt. If something seems
But you're
really
still
salty,
eating-
then maybe there's something fishy about it. Then maybe there's something fishy about it.
But even if you still say take everything with a grain of salt, if you were to say that humans are genetically altered by an alien race that exists outside of space, you're making a claim, regardless of however you want to spin
That's
it.
my belief.
Closing
You can call it
remarks.
belief a claim, but it's not.
Okay.
So,
Closing remarks.
Scientific supporting evidence.
Thank you for having me up, Coco. Enjoy your rest of your evening.
Wish you all live long and prosper.
How you originated?
Okay. Dan, you got anything?
Good luck,
for me?
man.
I want you to go to jw.org before you listen to any of these people on this TikTok, because they are false religion. You should go to jw.org and
I used to be a
honestly-
Jehovah's Witness, and I can tell you without claim that it is 100% a freaking cult.
Damn.
You guys literally pay off money to the Catholic Church of the Vatican every year. Look at their tax
Oh, you just lying your butt off. You ought to shut up.
And all
You're
you guys
lying your ass off.
are really disgusting. You guys just
Goodbye.
child pedophiles. You're disgusting. You're just pro-slavery garbage.
Damn, that's crazy. I've heard some things
me
about
and you,
Jehovah's
brother.
Witnesses.
It's me and you, brother.
But anyway, I'll see you guys.
All right. Peace.
No.
Have a good one.